And we are back. Hey, Sync, how's it going? We are back with this England run. We don't talk about balkanized France. Yeah. Also, we had left off with War of the Roses ready to kind of tick here. I think this is a war that we just weren't really doing anything in. Oh, I guess we're sieging over here, but that war is basically not a war, but we have War of the Roses here. So, we will see exactly how this kicks off. This is going to give negative legitimacy, a pretty fat legitimacy hit. I think when this pops, we might experiment with the, just intentionally running low legitimacy. The big penalty, which, as I'm told, is not really that big a penalty, is that you can spike disasters. In particular, there's the nastier one requires you be under 10 stab. So if you stay above 10 stab, according to my discussions with Playmaker, you're just very, very set. We have an ability to pip some extra legitimacy right now if we wanted. But we actually might use that. But if you're already in one disaster, you best start believing in disaster stories, Miss Turner. You're in one. You can't pop another. So I think best practice, generally speaking, when you're in a disaster, is to not pay for the legitimacy whatsoever. So that's probably what we end up doing. We also have gobs of cash. And it looks like we're trying to invest here. We have some auto expands going. But that's probably not going to be enough. We should probably try and make sure that we are expanding masonry everywhere within our market that fits the bill of being a province that has either clay or stone. Although, honestly, sometimes they use the wrong PM, basically. It should always use the... I wish there was a way to set it so that it always used the PM that you get the most output on in regards to specifically the basins. And sometimes they use the wrong PM, so... and it's actually, like, less profitable, but that's kind of a bit of a separate issue. Much like killing officers at the start of every engagement. It looks like there we have the right idea. All right. Let's do this. So you can see that this is a stone or a clay province. We're doing it here. Let's get rid of this. We'll confuse us. Clay up here. The two provinces. It is. Man, England just has these like 2 location provinces, generally to their detriment. This isn't gonna really help us because it's not our primary market, but we want to have in our minds the fact that we've done this for the entire British Isle. Is there a mod that shows you years building takes to replace? Is that a feature in 1.3? It's the construction manager. It is the construction manager mod. I generally don't like playing with mods. I've made a couple of videos on this. I just think that mod's like, I don't know, it's a must-have mod in my opinion. Let's go lumber mills. I think, it was like a must-have mod before, before they had auto-expand, because it adds auto-expand. But I also think the auto expand is significantly better than the vanilla one. I mean, eventually we're just going to be building granaries everywhere, and I think we have enough money that we can kind of just build granaries everywhere, so... We're doing this in urban locations because the urban locations aren't going to get their lumber mills bricked. Actually, I think lumber mills can't get bricked. Buildings don't get bricked when you lose capacity on them. RGOs do, so if like your pop goes down by a lot, you could like lose RGO levels. But buildings are not the same. So let's actually just let it rip. On some of this background stuff. And then, okay, we have this province, which is producing glass. Is it not? It is. We stand up here. Are these guys? We got glass here, glass here. What's our glass price? So we want more glass. I mean, pops consume it now. Let's go with more glass. We don't really care that it's just break even. Because when it's cheap, it makes all of our construction things cheap to build as well. Hey, rock and roll Drew, how's it going? You're playing the war that Final Fantasy Tactics was based on? We will be soon. I thought about playing Final Fantasy on stream. We still have a decent discount on urbanization. We have auto expand going? No? Bueller? Carpentry is the most profitable thing. Are we gonna have a province? That makes sense for us to do that. Maybe this salt one? Still a ton of cash. How much are we getting per trade? A third of a ducat. Well then. We are just looking at where we have big economies. And the idea is market access there is going to be a little bit more valuable. Not really the most productive. Going to be annexing Artois soon. Going to be wanting to move the capital. Unfortunately, we want to move it to Antwerp. And that's unfortunate because we don't own Antwerp. Rights of the nobility, nice. Taking a look, we're gonna rake back some of our improve opinion here. And War of the Roses pops. We're raking back our opinion here because we want to send Brabant gold. I think we're going to start sending them gold on cooldown. Our idea here is that we want to get 50 favors from them so we can ask to improve cultural opinion. I do believe that they are the leader of Low Franconian at this point, or likely to be. Yeah. So York doesn't matter. Is this just like all war? Pointless and meaningless, so I guess we just decide who's better. Raw materials output versus negative tax efficiency, but discipline. Earl of Lancaster. I think we choose York. Not happy about either one. This is now popped. I'm gonna give out Granary. Tom Cruise. And use our cooldown. Set those to auto expand. I think that we're in H3, yes? Not yet, okay. Which Final Fantasy would you play on stream? 8. 8 I know really well. What goods do you never urbanize? There's actually a never say never. It would be gold and silver, but I think anything that's a farmland you can urbanize. Neon E right here. This gold province. It's farmland, flatland. I think it's actually good urbanized. Especially in the context where you can just get hundreds of thousands of pop there as, and have it as your capital as Mali. So, there's nothing I would never urbanize. But in general, gold, silver, iron are the, like, least urbanizable things. Because iron becomes, like, a pseudo... We could talk about it a little. With blast furnace, silting mills, so it's plus 75, plus 66%. I think the last one's in here, if you get this deep in the game. And this, you get like plus 200% output, so it goes from being like a 3 base RGO to being like 9 or 10. And then also worth noting is... Is that H4? What's the name of it? Mercury Patio, right? Patio. This effectively turns gold into like a 30 value RGO. You can build this in urban areas, of course, but this makes the extra RGO max level pretty useful. Any clue on how to increase market access on locations? This is actually one of the stronger reasons to urbanize now is if we were to urbanize this silver, say, or we urbanize any like super primo RGO, we can go for mining charter combined with the, where is it? Where's Harvey Dent? There's one of these that gives 10% market access, no? Yeah, this one. And boost market access by like 30% or something. If you have the German one, the German, I don't know if the German's like plus 50% RGO max level is mutually exclusive with mining charter, but if you have that, you could add both of these, and then you're starting to look pretty good. Roads will also improve market access? Yes, 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 yes. Roads and rivers are like the only two things. That's the wrong button. Here's current roads. Can you explain the changes to pot demand? Did they remove the dev threshold? They've now changed it multiple times throughout the beta. I'm not even sure what it's settled on. I believe that they made the threshold like a volume knob, and then they turned it back into a threshold. And there's... so I think it's a threshold again. When they made it a volume knob, pops weren't consuming enough, but they're not consuming enough because, like, when they make it a threshold, it's actually just bugged and doesn't operate properly as a threshold. 8 was not expecting you to say that. Bit of a patrician take. Yeah, I'm not sure how many viewers I could get playing Final Fantasy VIII. Can you explain the changes? Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly where they... There's, like, two... Actually, we could kind of check one, maybe. Do we have a place under 20 dev that is urban? Yeah, okay. I think they also changed, there's two thresholds. There's a dev threshold, and then there's a, money threshold. The money threshold, I think that they set it to turn up like a volume knob, and then they undid it. I don't know if they did the same with the dev threshold. It looks like they might have done it here as well, but this is not necessarily the best thing for it. But you can see that no fine cloth is being consumed here. You have to have at least 20 dev to produce fine cloth, or to consume fine cloth. So, take a look at the burgers here. We'll maybe get... No, we don't get fine cloth consumption either. But one of the problems is these tooltips are just... we've looked at this before. The tooltips are just inconsistent with themselves. So... it's a bit frustrating because the tooltips where it tells you the global consumption that your pops are consuming are different than the actual consumption of your pops in locations. And our clergy... This is one thing that's nice about Anglican is Anglican clergy consume more fine cloth. We had plans for doing this as a run idea, and then they nerfed the bejesus out of Theocracy and Anglican. I have to sneeze. But if you... The one that tells the truth of how much they're consuming is this. In here. And you can see our burgers are, in fact... consuming fine cloth tom wire. And that's 21, and then if we look in here, I think we will be able to... Oh no, it's just lying. But this is what I mean. Lies are being told somewhere in the UI. So the per location one is what's right? That's a little bit annoying. I still feel like I have to sneeze. This is awful. The fact that you could offset with mining rights change that calculus? Yes. Yes. And the fact that, like, granaries are way better than they used to be. They changed the flat dev threshold to pure demand scaling with dev, but there's a wealth threshold. They have to be able to afford or it kills demand. Okay. But that wealth threshold has not worked properly in the past. Or it turns off, but it never... Or turns on, but never turns back off again. Let's maybe take a look at one of the places that's making a lot of money. So, in theory, the burger's here. There's not a lot of burgers, and there is a bit of tax base. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just lying to us. The UI. So, like, trying to figure out exactly what's happening is a little bit of a task. Because we see here, there's 13 actual demand. A lot of that's actually going to be from buildings. These guys say that they're eating 21, spending this in the London market, but I think it's a fucking lie. Oh, they're spending this much gold, sorry. This isn't necessarily a lie. This is like 4 quantity of goods or something like this. Or at 3.8, this is 7 quantity of goods. Apologies, they're not liars. Have I actually just misunderstood this the whole time? I don't think so. I think it is inconsistent. But that actually, maybe they fixed it. Or it was inconsistent. The nobles, I'm guessing, are the bigger consumer. Yeah, so the nobles are consuming, allegedly, a little under 10 fine cloth. And the burgers are consuming, allegedly, a little over 5 fine cloth. So together that's 14. And in the market, it says that there's only 13 local demand. So, someone is lying somewhere. Is the plan to flip for slaves? The plan was, but then I discovered that we're the same tier, and so now the new plan is to flip Paris for or flip French for the memes. The math may work, demand, yeah, but it's still, the math still doesn't math. Nationalism. Do that one for now. Did that go up instead of down? No. I'm just being crazy. Well, this integration should actually make this harder for us. Look at this silver tongue fox. Alright. I find, as a disaster, that a little bit unsatisfying, no? Are we... I feel that wasn't that bad. Who felt that this War of the Wars was really just an event that tore the noble houses of England down to its knees? How do you have negative stab? We've clicked a lot of buttons. We've clicked a lot of buttons. We revoked privileges that cost like 90 stab hits. We flipped the Anglican. We've just been a fucking menace. We don't even have our cooldown. See, we've been clicking the button. The stab's not real, it can't hurt you. Are we really negative stab, or are we about to get plus 20? It will still be negative, but, no, we were wanting to flip theocracy. And maybe we should check out some of our content. Oh, the Robert... This never fired. Okay. I just realized that. This can't fire. Can we type Catholic? No. Well, we're already Anglican. Can we type monarchy? I wish there was a keyword search. Instead, you only search for the title of the thing. I want to know if there's something we need to be monarchy to pop. This has ended. Oh, we just had to marry her? So that has to do with the rebellion. Lawlord Uprising is bricked now. Alright, we're currently at H2. Joan of Arc is not going to save them. The Thames freezes over. We're not yet at the point where we can do it. I don't think there's anything too crazy that requires us to... We're planning on going theocracy. And I don't know if there's like a unique building or something. They did nerf, Great Britain no longer gives a building that gives flat research. They eliminated the flat research buildings from the game, I do believe. Cornish Rebellion, yeah, okay. Alright. There's so many events. I really wish we could search by keywords, but, you know, at least we could look up all of them. So do you have a PU of France, or are you going to vassalize them because you don't have PUs? We're just going to annex them straight up. And then become France. You either die a hero, or you either lose the 100 Years' War, or live long enough to see yourself become France. But yeah, we're just gonna full annex. Have a bit of a time. I need to notepad. I want to I have like a note thing somewhere, but I can't find it for 1.3. And I'm gonna forget because we're not abusing it, but selling art is just omega OP. It's like, it's just uber free money. It might even be worth it to pay for artists. Hey Dice, how's it going? We almost should just change the title of the stream. That was such an underwhelming disaster. Alright, we are pushing plutocracy. We have pushed serfdom and we're done now. I don't think we want to reignite that passion. So what are we to do? Normally we would do curtail. I think we're actually just supposed to sit on this. God, that's annoying. Because we do want curtail the nobility, but we want to flip theocracy first. And this is helping us to flip theocracy by pushing plutocracy, because it decreases the power of the lords. And like 32-ish% might be the point at which we can intentionally tank crown power. A little bit far, but we'll colonize that. We'll colonize that. Card comes our way. I think that we just accept Picardian culture. No, we don't. We decide that we hate them. There we go. Actually, I think we should hate the Welsh instead. Not like this. We're actually RPing here. We're gonna get assimilate area. Maybe we use that on Picardy relatively early. Normandy eventually is gonna get claims on people. Okay. We can annex people. I think we want to annex Cornwall now. No, they've not converted enough. Well, we're planning on embracing Frankian. I don't think this guy has cores anymore. But he does have a subject. I think Blois is his subject. Do we... We're planning on flipping Frankian, so... We actually need some amount of Frankian pops so that we can roll Frankian characters, so... Maybe this is fine. And we maybe flip this Frankian when we get the opportunity, rather than English. Do we have cooldowns? Here. We gotta wait until we have a diplomat. Ba-ba-da-dee-da. I don't think we need to enforce religion on anyone. Tough times never last, only tough people last. Justice for France. Do you need to culture flip to form Francis England? As far as I can tell, yeah, we're gonna flip like Frankian, I think. Maybe it would make more sense. I don't know if Gascon can flip it, but maybe it would make more sense to flip Gascon, but this is like more straightforward. don't need to worry about Trafalgar if you already own England. So you could actually form France instead of Great Britain just in time for the Italian Wars? Yeah. Hey, Renee. How's it going? You could also go Great Britain into North Sea Empire. Not sure if there's a good reason to. I don't... France has some good-ass content, and the fact that we would get to have English content and France content is just kind of insane. No, don't become French, says Kitty Cat. I'm sorry, Kitty Cat. Alright. We can even move our capital to Paris. Moving the capital to Paris actually isn't insane. Because then we could just put London as governor. Oh, I forget that it doesn't even have the best natural harbor in the region. Portsmouth might be a better governor. Yeah, lots of granaries coming through. Look at it pop here. It's going to increase our average literacy by the most. There's like inconsistent rules on whether or not cores fall off. Like if you have cores, they don't fall off when you annex something. I don't know how I feel about this. But like, you could lose a core by losing pop in that thing, but we shouldn't have this core, and it's because we, per the rules, because these guys are discriminated, but since it was a core when we claimed it, but this just means like this weird situation where you can have cores like independent of like the coring requirement. English, France, HRE, Rome. Was there any other option? And Gavin Empire, basically. What does the North Sea Empire give you? I remember it not being very impressive. This is mostly just a bunch of English stuff. Redcoats got fixed, though. Apparently it was not intended that they have 11 initiative, and for the longest time they were the strongest unit in the game with 11 initiative. They put a minimum time for certain categories of course to drop. I think the event-based ones are 100 years. You lose them after 100 years. Okay. 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 Man, there was a combo. I did 2 drink mixes in my drink mix today, and it tastes so good. It was like an energy drink one that was like lemonade flavor, and I don't know what the other one was, but I'm gonna be chasing this high forever. Alright. Rag paper is gonna be good for us. I don't think... It can be a little bit, It can be a little bit fiddly. We're just gonna manually set it to use that PM. we've already improved our opinion of Frankian. Let's hurt our opinion of Cornish, because this guy is trying to convert it, but that'll help him out a little bit. Yeah, English enemy of Cornish, but it's accepted, so it's going really slow, so that'll speed things up. The timer. 26. Alright, so we have kind of a lot of time to chill. Which is not ideal. We have levies raised. Terrible. When was the last time we had a parliament? Okay. We might drag this out just so we can double parliament. We will. London has the benefit of being right on the river, though, in better position to spread to northern England. Yeah. It's kind of a lot of harbor capacity, though. Like, this is gonna hit Brittany way better. We had taken a very close look at this before. But that's before having up to 150 was important instead of just like 70 plus. Like, if you're looking at a 70 plus, this one's also pretty solid. Like, Brest might even make more sense as a naval gov. But then you're starting to get kind of far from London. I don't know. Norfolk also is where a lot of the value is, so this pulls you more in that direction. Are these guys starving themselves? Nope. We will make a little bit more money if we increase Diplo spend a little bit. Or we will make more money from subjects, if this makes sense, so it effectively gives us a discount as you start to get more subjects, and they are also disloyal. Damn it. We wanted to annex Portugal. Maybe we still can. New queen in Portugal. Things are not going hot for them. Inclined to dev the interior and fail it. We also are sitting on 16k gold, so probably make a stern investment here. Oh, it's so magical. We don't want free subjects, so So magical. We're just gonna full annex these guys' asses. Thanks, Castile. Smell you later. Oh wait, we can't. Wait, why did this flip over to Castile? Oh, because they were also on it? No. No. Damn it. Whatever. We were being obnoxious anyway. Alright. So we have Parliament. 2 tax exemptions. Jesus. What do we got going on here? What do we got going on here? We can get rid of some spiritualist push. If we want. Not required. I don't think there's like a humanist law we specifically want though, so. That we need for now, but we'll swap off of. Okay, so shipwright law we could change. Alright, alright. We won't, but we could. Are the nobles recruitment centers just actively good? Oh, it's levy size. Never mind. Thought it might be giving us manpower. Let's get rid of this. This is fine. The idea is we get our max taxes in April. They last a year. Portugal becomes a vassal. No, that's exactly the opposite of what we wanted. Oh, cheeky, cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. We'll send money to Ireland, breaking the RP. Classic. Thanks, England. Smell you later. Change course to disappear after 100 years? Yeah. First time hitting 40 degrees Celsius this summer? Damn, he said Celsius, so we can't make a joke about it. That, hey, that's actually cold. You know, I'm not a fan of Imperial, but in the case of temperature, this is the only time in which I'm like, Imperial got it right. Celsius is just bad. And I know what you guys are going to say, but 0 is freezing and 100 is boiling. You never need to know the actual temperature of boiling. This never comes up ever. You heat up the water until it starts boiling, and then once it's boiling, you know it's boiling. And it's exactly boiling because any water that's hotter than that evaporates, right? So knowing boiling is irrelevant. I'll grant you that knowing that 0 degrees is freezing, that's somewhat useful, right? And maybe Fahrenheit would be better if 0 was freezing. But a majority of the time, the average person is referencing temperature. They're talking about how hot it is outside, okay? They are talking about how hot it is outside. And with Celsius, you get this range of like up to 40 and then down to, let's say, -5 or something. Something like this. Okay? But with Fahrenheit, you know that 0 degrees, hey, that's pretty cold. And 100 hots outside, that's pretty hot. And the 0 to 100 scale just feels way better in terms of talking to people. And if you're not a scientist, Fahrenheit is just better. If you're a scientist, then like Celsius obviously is better. Can you form Egypt to unlock slave raiding? No, because they get theirs from the continent. Morocco gets theirs from tech. You can flip Turkish and use the Rise of the Turks situation as basically anyone to get access to their content. Specifically the gov reform that gives it, so yeah. On Mount Everest, water boils below 100 degrees Celsius. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Etc. and so forth. I forgot we also have depth the interior. Actual. The counting house research, so nice. Oh, these are cheap counting houses. Let's go. Whoa, what the fuck? Bro. Don't build them in subjects. That's expensive because the market's messed up. But we're gonna drop these like they're hot. Oh, it's beautiful. Alright, library time. We're gonna do the same with libraries because they're cheap right now. I don't know if it's worth it to have a library everywhere, though, like, super long-term, but I suppose we could delete libraries. They give general literacy, and then the specialized literacy is from unis. So unis are a tad worse. But they are half off right now. Not half off, but they're quite a bit cheaper, so if we're gonna build them, if you got them, smoke them type of thing. Yeah. Is it 100 Celsius boiling point at sea level? Yeah, it's not even constant. Fahrenheit is much more descriptive of the human experience. The thing is, we need to use it. The thing we actually need to use it for 99% of the time. This is what I'm saying. Like, the people who are like, but Celsius is better for science. You're absolutely correct. 100% correct. Are you conducting science? Am I conducting science? Nobody in this conversation is conducting science, man. We're talking about how hot it is outside. And it's so much better to say, hey, it's 100 hots outside, than it is to say, hey, like, it's 39 hots, it's 37 hots. We're doing, like, any around 30 plus K is getting a university. This is... University, by the way, is not general. It's burger specific and noble specific. I don't know Fahrenheit, so it's clearly inferior. Aren't you a Canadian where the only thing you know is, like, bastardized, like, metric imperial? Like, you use, like... Canadians do the weirdest thing, like, if it's how tall someone is, they use, like, imperial, and then if it's, like, any other measurement, it's, like, metric, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Scientists use Kelvin. Yeah, if someone wants to die on the hill of using Kelvin, Kelvin is just Celsius, but with, like, everything shifted over, so I think even Kelvin's better than Celsius. Is there any place we want to add more than this? We're down to 5k gold. Alright. Let's just actually go through everything, though. Oh, specifically in urban locations. Can we build the Globe Theater? No, right? Yeah, we can't. Just teasing us. Should we just be using this? think we have over... We don't have over 80 there. Huh. So, we have a mod that affects this that would allow us to put it in Bristol. No guilt. I think the requirement should just be, like, adjacent to the coast in a way that can connect to the capital and nothing else, basically. I really do love Poundlock canals. I have a soft spot for Poundlock canals. First video was obviously the, that we did was the Korea video. And that was, like, we were really focused on the Poundlock canals. They've since been, like, nerfed into oblivion, but... basically the things that have food RGOs. Dock. Hey, yo, girl, let me see that dock. Alright. Oh. I didn't realize. Alright, we'll add that for Bruges. Portsmouth's got one of the better ports. Plymouth also has one of the better ports. Alright, down to 4K. We swapped to metric in the US for distance, though? Yeah, I'm 100%... I'm team metric for everything but Fahrenheit. It's easier to be ignorant in Fahrenheit than Celsius? I mean, I suppose so. No. You're I do not buy the... But science. It's better to do for doing science. The average usage of it is not science. Don't libraries and unis add up? Yeah. Ramp up that influence yet helps with both conversion and annexation. That's yep. That's the big one for like the universities, like, or very important breakpoint. Also making sure that when we enter the next stage, we'll be hitting the thing. I think maybe we're supposed to upgrade supply cards. I don't know if we'll do it this age or next one. Wow, if only our freaking longbowman tech actually did anything and wasn't just bugged out, that'd be great. I guess we're grabbing this. Sure. Oh, maybe we should have gone for this first. It's fine. I think we're gonna get everything. We are planning on abusing a mechanic at some point regarding trade, so overbuilding it's kind of okay. It's not very useful in the capital, though. It's not very useful in the capital because the capital already has max market access. This is just going to buy us a lot of promotions and consumption. Okay. What is it? The price of some of our stuff is gonna go like apocalypse mode. Of all the inputs required to build all these things, but that's fine. We just won't be adding more things after this. We already do bridges. Oh, it's urban only, so maybe pump the brakes on that. What should we spend down? The only reason you say Fahrenheit is better, of course, it's not converting to anything else. What? Yeah, it's just better for what people actually use temperature for. Room temperature is 70 in Fahrenheit? Yeah, it's like the most comfortable, like research has indicated the most comfortable, like, temperature for people is like 75 in Fahrenheit. We use Imperial for construction and cooking. Yeah, but don't you do like 100 meter... You use like meters for like sports, right? I started a monstrous argument over temperature and then I absconded to build stuff. My favorite thing about Kelvin is 0 point is physical impossibility. Yeah, Kelvin, you avoid all the negative numbers. Like, none of that. Like, we don't do that here. Are mercs still the only meta for army in 1.2? Mercs are still good, they're just really obnoxious to use now. So you do get access to this button. This button's kind of nice, but you don't get to like pick what you're doing with this. And if you're gathering a merc army, now the merc armies only have 10% of the guys they had before, which makes them in the aggregate more expensive, but like they're not functionally really nerfed. And I think they were thinking about nerfing manpower quantities. If they nerf manpower quantities, combined with the fact that building maintenance makes it so that in 1.2 currently, your armories are actually a net positive to the economy. They juice up the economy in terms of stimulus by an amount that offsets their actual cost. With the ramping maintenance costs, this is not going to be the case. So, manpower is just already going to be wildly more expensive. If they make the buildings with less manpower, then regulars are just going to be bad, and it's going to be like levy-merc combo. Levies did get buffed, though. And so they kind of matter a little bit more now than they did before. Let's... I feel like we're forgetting something here. In terms of what to build. I mean, we could just max stack out various things, too. Like, I think we upgraded this. Yeah, this is... Let's just... fully stack that out. This, I think, we could just go all paper makers, expand it. I think that, which one of these, this has silver, right? Yeah, so. We're expanding even though the promotions aren't gonna hit. We're just kind of like letting it rip. You guys don't have pennies? I think we're phasing out pennies though. Like we're in the process. Like new pennies aren't getting minted. And it's just gonna be nickels. But yeah, standing armies are a bit expensive. Also, like, the meta is to, like, build a bunch of granaries, and one thing that's annoying is armies, like, eat a ton of food, so they, like, deplete your granaries. So standing armies are just kind of annoying. Why is this even here? not sure storage is good for us. We could just float 3K, that's not the end of the world. We could also use it to urbanize. Oh, I know what we'll do. We know that we're kind of doing granaries everywhere anyway. Let's do a little bit of that. 1.7K. I think we're okay. The thing is, it's just gonna be cheaper now than later. Don't hate the hospitals in really high pop locations. They are just like net negative, but... Why does this have so much pops? Alright, we'll want this urbanized as well. Calais. I think that's good for us. Certified girthy, thank you for the follow. Oh, rural smelter, someone mentioned. Or did they mention? The bog iron smelter is maybe okay for us to add. Where is the bog iron? But we have to keep in mind, we only want this in urban areas. Yeah. Yeah, it works. Complete spend down of like 13K. Let's go. And then we intentionally fail it for the extra naval. Now, we have this guy occupied. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna wait for Parliament to approve taxes. We wait for this to go away. Doing it early, forget about it. That way, we're gonna host an emergency parliament as well. It's an emergency. This guy might annex us. How's Fahrenheit better? You just swapping a range of -20 to 40 degrees for 0 to 100. 0 to 100 is just better, yeah. It's only marginally better. Everything happens at the margin, my friend. Everything happens at the margin. Which is a bit facetious. You're saying it's only slightly better. I'm with you, but the slightly better of the common usage is better than the slightly better of the, you know what I'm saying? Than the, like, technical usage, which is not a typical usage for the thing. When I say it's hot outside, I want to say it's 100 hots, man. And you're telling me I can't do that. Because we need to have boiling at 100, like a scientist can't, you know, remember that it's 200 whatever for the scientist to whom it is relevant. Do we think that little of our scientists? Don't answer that question. Don't answer that question. That's not a question for the answering, that's a question for the pondering. Alright, we can just go for the things later. Let's do this. Feed this back to Normandy. No. We have to click this button first. We can perform a reduction on the nobility with this, I think. Do we get there? Maybe not. Monthly control plus 5 is kind of a weird modifier. I think it's actually just conduct a census. We want to keep that alliance with Castile a little while longer. Awkward. We're not even going to get to do the additional tax, I don't think. Unless we want to break the alliance. I wish you could spend some sort of resource to reroll. But now that we've called that parliament, we've used the cooldown, now we're going to end the war. There we go. Shout out to Normandy. That's a lot of stuff. Are you winning? We're trying. Fahrenheit's only better for engagement because people always rush to talk sense into people and use Celsius like any self-respecting officer and gentleman. Wow. What's it like being so wrong? It's 100 hots out, man. Do you use the English law? Yeah, but not right now. Not right now, because we need favor the wealthy to push this. Which we need to flip theocracy. Well, we're not performing a reduction on them now, actually. What a waste of coin. We could levy taxes on them. Considering it's in bad shape either way. Oh, nice. Yeah, we'll do this for one time. Request additional taxes. Partially also because... Oh wait, that doesn't help us with that. But we can now do this. Request additional taxes. Yahoo! Oh, it's beautiful. Research on opposite temperature indicates it's slightly different for men and women. Yes. Yes, I think it's a 75 on average, but 2 to 3... lower for men who said it, which is why more women wear jackets. Yeah, women run colder. I think we're just choosing the spiritualist option. Because we don't care about our parliamentary support at this point. They don't like strict censorship. I mean, I like going for these characters for the RP, but we're just gonna take the research because research, man. Steve levies can do something about the tribal levies, though. Yeah, tribal levies are insane. Tribal levies, you'll see it, but with tribal levies, we just run over like age 3 levies. The thing is like later age levies only matter if you have enough combat width for it to matter, if that makes sense. Or if you have enough units for the combat width to it to matter, but the tribal levies are just so good for like 3 to 4 ages. There's no upgrade to the tribal levies, but it's fine. Flippits, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Do mercs benefit from your advances? I feel their comparable size army of regulars stops them. Regulars absolutely beat mercs, yeah, man to man. But regulars cost you a lot more than mercs do, right? So, like, if it's ever the case that mercs are running over levies, something has gone seriously wrong. Why can't you use longbow levies? It's just bugged. I don't know. The levies we raised, they're not longbowmen. Feudal levies is what we raise. And this is an age 1 levy. It's really annoying. It's annoying because their unit size is 500 to 1,000. The stats are the same, but if you have more guys than you have frontage, it matters. It actually doesn't matter if you don't. Or it matters little. I think it still technically matters. We're not marrying any of these guys. Between Celsius and Fahrenheit, they are both arbitrary scales. Which scale makes more sense is the one you're used to, and from the rationalization, Hamster generates emotional arguments. I don't think... First of all, I respect and cherish the fact that you're calling me a hamster. But I think that whatever the typical usage is, whatever system is better for the typical usage, is just better. And you may consider this like a post hoc argument, but frequency matters to me, and the everyday person isn't conducting science. Celsius is better for science. Fahrenheit is better for like everyday usage. It's 100 hots outside. You know? Depends on humidity. Yeah, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Even nickels cost more than 5 cents to make now. They took so long to do the EOL, the penny, end of life the penny, that the nickel became obsolete. Not like this. But we love the nickel. Man, we're making so much money. Now, we don't want to build anything right now, because, like, look at our prices of our goods. But it's so beautiful. EU5 should shift the IRL reality from levies mercs to a professional army. Same with decentralize to centralization. The balanced changes at start feel the balance changes so far feel just to address game start. Yeah, professionals get better and mercs get harder to hire. And mercs also, I think, have a little bit of a small malice in the later ages. I think they changed the thing so you can't, like, look at the age to, like, look at the age, which is annoying, but let's take a look. Oh, for all countries when active, this is what we're talking about. I think there's a malice, yeah, minus 90% mercs. So, like, mercs turn off in age 6. And then there's... minus 40% mercs. You still have mercs basically in age 5, but age 6 mercs turn off. And I do think that there's a scaling bonus. The thing is, everyone's just only playing the first 2 or 3 ages, so like a lot of this stuff just ends up not mattering. Levy maintenance plus 100%. I feel like there's a penalty that scales as well. Do I come for your YouTube? Love your tutorials. Thank you, thank you. Been such a help trying to learn the game. Vic 3, that is. Vic 3. It's been a hot minute since we posted a Vic 3 tutorial. Thank you for the follow. If the penny's out of use, it should sell. It should be illegal to sell products that end with 99 cents instead of 95 or 05. Yeah, but they have a system where they just round to the nearest thing. You never need to float money this patch. You get so much from government bonds. I honestly have been underutilizing the government bond. Maybe we write gov bonds down. This is probably something I need to take a closer look at. Because loans are just like a non-starter, because the penalty to crown power is sufficiently annoying, that you don't want it. Although the penalty to crown power is, crown power no longer gives the tax ethic malice. Let's write this down too. We are shaping up to maybe be releasing 1.3 next week. I do want a metagame update on that. Fahrenheit is 0 to 100. Fahrenheit is more than 0 to 100, but like when you say 0 degrees outside, you know it's really cold, and when you say, because that's like below freezing, when you say 100, it's fucking hot. But no one needs to know. Like, the lay person does not need to know the temperature of boiling, like, fundamentally. Because the lay person could just heat up water until it's boiling, and then you know exactly what temperature it is. It's boiling. Why go theocracy with England? We're being a little bit cheeky. So theocracy actually used to give a ton of scaling. Specifically, the heresies, the Christian heresies used to give a ton of scaling. For... This used to be per 1,000. Now it's just flat, and so you might as well just, like, not even list it. It's, like, that bad. But, you also get a tech that gives possible clerics. Again, it's not scaling anymore. But the initial idea behind theocratic England was that your Anglican-specific religion guys consume more fine cloth, the clerics. And so there was a kind of like economic idea to go with this. I also think that theocracy is just probably the best government type. Because you get so much free government power, and the urban rights are just really strong in general. Remove numbers altogether? Yeah, just say it's a bunch of hots. If you're going to base your measurement system on rationality, then the only valid reference is Planck units. I would be down for Kelvin. I think Kelvin makes more sense than Celsius. Like the difference, like, they scale the same way, but Kelvin has, like, or maybe I'm confusing it with Planck units. It starts at absolute 0 and then scales up. Then you just don't need negative numbers. Balogun was supposed to be suspended for the USA versus Belgium because he got a red card in Bosnia, but the suspension's been rescinded. Kelvin is better for science? Yeah, so if someone wants to argue Kelvin versus Fahrenheit, like, that I think, like, I'm, like, less bullish on... So here's the thing, is I think that, like, whatever arguments you have for Celsius, like, Kelvin's just better. And so, like, Celsius is just nonsense. But I also am a fan of it being 100 hots outside. At least Fahrenheit and Celsius can agree that minus 40 is cold. Yeah, I mean... To be fair, they also agree that 100 is hot. You would deign? Can we escape this? No, we can't. We are not marrying the queen to some rando. Excuse you. There's no one who's a good option here. Oh, because it fucking requires Anglican. Yeah, okay, we'll just marry some strapping lad. Who has the most stats? This guy has an eye patch. Very strapping. Let's go. She bangs who she pleases, okay? None of this nobles know that you marry. Uncharacteristic RP play, taking stab for no reason, basically. A stab hit for no reason, but we took it on principle. We took it on the chin. Okay. I thought that the thing was going. think it's in like 26 that our truce is up with them. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen H3 yet, but it's largely because they're restarting and I want to learn colonization exploration. It seems very borked unbaked. You gotta play deeper runs. What were we using this cabinet slot for before? The thing is, we think that we get these as cores when we form France. That's what we've been told, but we might be being deceived. I've been told we get all of French cores when we form France. We might not have enough stuff to form France, though. We'll see. It's a reason to maybe annex Champagne. Even if the game is fun, it is sometimes in the later ages, it's pain playing with such slow speed, yeah. I am inclined to agree with you. Hey, we got our event where we've secured the throne-ish. And then I think we just shift-click to this granary construction. Nope, we didn't. And then... Things are coming along. How's our pop doing, just generally? I think we're kind of doing okay. We have 4.1 million. It is the granary meta time. Biggest gripe about EU5 is that it's supposed to be early modern game, but everyone stops the game before the early modern stuff, so it ends up being just late medieval. Yeah, that's fair. My biggest gripe is I'm behind on chat. 100 water boils at sea level isn't a much better reason. Both appeals to human experience. Yeah, but the thing is like, the human experience of boiling water is that you heat it up and it boils when it boils. You're not like checking the temperature and trying to get it to an exact temperature. Like, boiling point temperature is self-regulating. If it's hotter than boiling, it just evaporates. Right? So you, like, actually never have to address that. Lady Plantagenet. Sir Roger, I guess. I don't know. There should be more text privileges H2-3 pushing in this direction. I think that, yeah, I think that values, like, should be balanced in such a way that some are phasic and some you just, like, can't push until later, practically speaking. Holy shit, dude. We were at 10 or 11 crown power before we built all those counting houses, dog. Bro, never tell me that counting houses do nothing. Holy. We can intentionally tank our crown power here as well. This is going to be like part of our plan to get this up to 35%. The problem is that we don't actually want to push plutocracy. We're going to push this to neutral. Where's the Civil War shiny? It ended in like 5 minutes in the VOD. It was awful. I was just like, what happened here? Where was it? What happened to our war? Stability impacts credit worthiness too. 100 stab gives 10 credit worthiness when your bonds are 6-7k interest. Each interest savings are big. Interesting. Is 32 hots outside equals still freezing? Wait, what? We're talking about Celsius versus, yeah. This has to be a rage bait, ain't no way. Man's just not willing to accept that Fahrenheit's better than Celsius. I'm 100% also team metric for every other measurement system. Right? I'm not the one who's just like saying, hey, my system is better. The system we use in America. We actually prefer to measure things in football fields, okay? But, like, the one exception is Fahrenheit. 100 hots outside should just be 100 hots. I baited chat too fast, and now I can't keep up. Not like this. What's the IRL BS reason Paradox farted into their consciousness? The specificity, the specifically Anglican clergy require more fine cloth of all things. I suspect. So, I don't know to what degree you're familiar with the EU5 team, but one of the bigger people who does more of the Dev Diaries and Tinto talks, yes, is Saint Dave on the forums. Also Saint Dave, called Saint Dave / Saint Dave UK. My assumption, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he's English. And so, if you see kind of more nuanced and specific content for Castile or Iberia in general, that might have something to do with the fact that the studio is located in Sitges and a whole bunch of their employees are from Spain. And if you see something for England, you might have, like, you know, that St. Dave's finger might be in that pie, right? And then if you see something from Sweden, Johan, the head dev, is from Sweden. So it's not... If you're going to see weird or oddly specific things, they're probably the reason why, and also probably the one to ask. He's making the joke that -40 is the same in Celsius and Fahrenheit. I know it's the same. And she just picks the most handsomest man in the world, truly. This is how you pick him. Does he have an eye patch? If yes, what is this? Why did we lose our eye patch? What? This is awful. I'm complaining to somebody regarding this later. Maybe we should complain right now. I don't normally at Johan for anything, but that would be kind of funny to just be like, I demand eye patch representation when people become... Do stats matter for making babies? Age matters. I think age is the only thing that matters. But if you care about how they look, then who you marry matters, because it uses like a DNA system, so your kids are going to look like the parents. The point of water freezing below 0 is the relevant part of Celsius. We have an intuition for boiling and freezing. I don't know what Fahrenheit is based on. I think Fahrenheit would be improved if 0 degrees Fahrenheit was freezing, probably. That, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that specifically, but I still think hot outside should be 100 hots. And not any of this, like, it's 37 hots. It's really hot outside. Jeez, people get also awfully pressed about the temperature thing, and it's okay to be wrong and think that Celsius is better. Planck units are based on fundamental laws of physics. Arguments against Kelvin also discredit Celsius since it didn't exist earlier. Like, Kelvin is just modified Celsius, but it's like... got a better starting point. Can we... do some of this action. Faster Universalis stays feeling pretty performant through 6 ages. Yeah, Faster Universalis is great. I normally don't start with it on, but I turn it on when the game starts chugging. Everyone complains that everything takes too much time, but then they only play 1/5 of the game. Maybe you played the whole game, you wouldn't have you would have time to accomplish for things. I don't know. Annexing France isn't taking too long. We're gonna do it in like 100 years. Are they a PU? No, we're waiting 5 years to annex them. We've just dismembered them, and now we will annex. It takes too long to like annex via PU, I feel like. Although in theory I forgot we get access to this. See, the thing is we're planning on flipping theocracy. So we can't like... We can't do this, but like in theory it might have been correct to PU Castile rather than France. Something like this. Am I on 1.3.8? Game got bricked by no institution spread? No, I'm on 1.3.8. Next stage is going to be rough. You specifically need to abuse... Ooh, we have enforced culture cooldown. So there's like 2 cultures in Brittany. But I'm not sure if it's better for us to... I don't think it's better for us to enforce them. Because I think they're going to be cheaper when they're... Frankian. When we're Frankian. And we don't really actually have anyone to enforce on. Maybe we just keep our cooldown. But what I was going to say is I forget what it's called, the Diplo action where your subjects can feed you their institution, as well as the access action. Let's write this down. Institutions and Diplo actions. The guy who invited the French Revolutionary calendar was guillotined later, not because of the calendar, sadly. If England is taking over France, does that mean imperial units will take over Europe? No, we'll switch to being French. That way we can be cultured. Journalists gaslighting both chats? Absolutely not. Like, Europeans are very elitist about Americans being stupid, right? And to be fair, Americans are very elitist with the whole American exceptionalism thing. But America does a lot of things wrong, and they do a lot of things right. And one of the things they do right is Fahrenheit. It even rhymes, so you just have to accept it. So, proper American unit for temperature is based on too hot to play football. Yeah, something like that. I'm from Germany. If something's big, large, extreme, we count in soccer fields. Or in Saarland. How many how many football fields is a soccer field? That's actually the question, trying to rage bait everyone. Or wait, no, that's not the right one. Here, let me rewind. Chat. How many gridiron fields is a soccer field? That's how we make everyone upset. Any chance we see PU shenanigans? No, because we're flipping theocracy. If PUs ever get good, then like monarchy can be a lot better. Or if every single government type has a disaster that's really bad, monarchy is actually the cheapest to maintain legitimacy or high government power on. Fahrenheit is objectively worse than Celsius. Anyone saying otherwise is either mentally deficient or an asshole. Conversely, I'm not here because of the moral character of the crowd. Yeah. The guy looks around and he says, "I'm surrounded by idiots," and then he never realizes he is among them. I don't remember flipping this guy English. Oh, is it because he's Dominion? Man, the fact that you can release Dominions and they get your culture is a vibe. I think that we didn't necessarily execute it perfectly. He was just wearing an eye patch to seduce the queen? Yeah, you want to talk about gaslighting. Stolen valor here with this guy. Yeah. Eyes grow back? Not like this. You only get to claim scientific superiority once you go to the moon. I mean, the level of science it takes to go to the moon. It's been around for like 60 years now. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing of brine. Is that why they decided it was going to be 0? I thought 0 was just like, wow, this is really cold outside. It should be 0. Are we almost done pushing this? At this point, we're going to be looking for clergy characters as well. Can we make the push here? Unfortunately, you can't put clergymen in charge of your navy, right? Okay, let's remove the leader. What are we doing on this stuff, by the way? Our big construction's still going on. What are your feelings on CK3? I know you play some Vic3. I enjoy CK3. I like the vampire mod a lot. Don't play a ton of it. Part of that is people are less interested in watching me play, and part of it is like, I've seen instances where like nudity's turned off and then it still shows nudity, and like that's like kind of bad from my end, you know what I mean? Because if I accidentally include nudity in a video, like that, it doesn't matter that it was an accident, you know? I think we're improving relations with all 3 of these guys. So we should be in good shape here. Fahrenheit not based on the field temperature, but based on ammonium chloride. It more closely matches the fields. Heron, 100 degrees Fahrenheit is a useful place to set 100 because it's the temp when humans' health is at risk. You know, if I were to make a system, I would make 100 degrees be the internal temperature of a human. So 98.6 or 98.7 for Fahrenheit. And then I'd make 0 degrees freezing. Like if I were to design one from scratch. And the closest to that is Fahrenheit. But yeah, this is also a reason why, like, the health thing being close to 100 is another. It's not like a reasoning I use, but it also like fits. Also, the internal temperature of humans being 100 degrees, that would make Heraclitus very happy. I think maybe 1 or 2 people got that joke. Game takes too long as someone who has finished the game. Yeah. I haven't even played the Final Age, to be honest. It just, like, doesn't make sense to go that far when you're, like, making videos. Like, it really, turbo doesn't make any sense. It would be just me spending tons and tons of hours. I don't know, like, as the runs get deep, it starts taking a lot of time. These annexes aren't too bad, to be honest. Like, the base 200 cost is, like, a 5, but it's not apocalyptic. I don't know if PU is actually slower. You have to wait longer to start, but you can get a huge PUs and avoid a ton of antagonism. Yeah, I think in theory you're supposed to do them in parallel, and, like, if we were playing really proactively with the PU, we should have tried to, like, PU, like, Denmark or Brandenburg, right? So, like, we're doing stuff in parallel. But also, we could go after the likes of these guys, and then use the PU on France, and then go after Castile. But if what we're trying to do is annex France by the end of the run, and we know that we're only going to play like 5 to 6 sessions of this run, or maybe even like as low as 4 sessions of this run, like this might be the last session of the run, it is satisfying to be able to like form France faster. But with the 100 hots outside, there's a question, since we're talking about air, how do you express cold water? I mean, in the US you use Fahrenheit as well. I'm not sure what you're asking me. We're a little bit over our culture capacity. We're gonna have more soon, though. With the Vibrant Chord. He's played some full games of World of Darkness mod. Probably has a playlist on YouTube. Yep. We do. I want to accept or deny this based on what the war goal is, man. God, that's frustrating. See, the thing is like, you really don't want to have a war where... You really don't want to have a war where you're not the... that you can potentially lose, where you're not the negotiating participant. Because Castile can just give away a bunch of our shit here. I think we're gonna break alliance with Castile once we, maybe we should have just said no, actually. I think we should have just said no. Imperial brine is what you sweat out when 100 degrees out and you drink a gallon of water. Soccer fields are not standardized. They're not? That's crazy. It's versus Granada, yeah, so this should be fine. No one uses Fahrenheit in research papers. I'm going to use the system the scientists are going to use. Yeah, but they could all use Fahrenheit. No one uses... Like, I don't think Celsius is way better for, just based on its own virtues for science. Or, actually I do, but... I think that the... typical case of usage of a human being talking about the temperatures outside and not being science means that, like, scientists can either use their own system or use the system that everyone else uses. But yeah, I do think Celsius is better for science. Although the fact that I, like, was inclined to say the opposite of that initially is concerning. Well, I actually don't think Celsius is best. I think Kelvin's just better than Celsius, but for purposes of science. Scram the man. Take my money. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Wait a second. But Prime... Bezos took your money. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Take my money. I love that meme format. Football fields aren't uniform in distance. All the better because it's triggering people, right? Range of allowable sizes in soccer. That's crazy to me that they're not standardized, though. Around 1.1 gridiron fields equals a football field. Is that including the end zones for gridiron? Visually, that sounds about right. Maybe we should get in on this because we'd love to have a piece, but... we don't want to, like, full mobilize over it. What matters is consistency. Fahrenheit is worse because only 5% of the population uses it. Yeah. I mean, there was, like, a international space mission where we flew a massive space project into the side of Mars, if I recall correctly. So I am all for all the scientists, like, especially in international collaborations, using metric. France has joined, now they're adding territory to the HRE. Should I be worried? Yes. You're never going to get that territory back. It's the black hole until you can fight literally everyone. Yeah, we're getting, like, slave rated up in this bizzle. Although, now we can release Tlemcen. That's why we've been holding on to that, with the plan of releasing Tlemcen. I don't think we can fight them down here. Those are tribal levies. Them's tribal levies. I think clergy could only do military stuff if you have military orders as a privilege. Yeah. That sounds correct. Maybe we just block them from getting stuff. It'd be annoying here. Like Granada. I think it's the range at which your body stays alive, but the guy measured it wrong. That's interesting. I mean, you can survive sub-zero, but I guess not very long. Wow, we're really just gonna take Granada for him. And by for him, I mean for us. Nice. Up to 91 naval. Let's go. Can we get a couple of those for quantity? I'm not sure nudity is an issue on YouTube. Plenty of vids have it. Context matters for sure. But like the consequences are really like pound me in the ass type of consequences. Like YouTube can be inconsistent about it, but if you get like you get 3 strikes and then you lose your channel, you can get a strike for nudity. So like I don't know, I'd rather not get pounded in the ass over it. Like it's just that like the consequences are just too bad, you know what I mean? I don't know, what did that even cost us? Oh, it probably cost us stab. Yeah, that maybe isn't worth. Stab's free this patch though, so maybe it was worth keeping an eye on this. Be expensive. I think we could. I don't know if we could take loans for 4%. I think we could get like 3% from loans. Tolerance of Faith is kind of nice when we have so much conversion speed, which we will. I don't know. We're reaching the bottom of this barrel, where we're gonna have the even plutocracy, whatever, soon. This I think we could work with. Oh, we have to be at peace. We're gonna have to float this loan then. So the idea is loans decrease crown power. Celsius is good because when plants start dying, the ground starts freezing and the world around you begins to freeze. 32 don't feel right. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on the what? Didn't budge us up at all. Oh, did we have to revoke something from someone? These are all kind of privileges we like. Are there any privileges we don't like? No. We already have a head of cabinet. We can't get rid of this guy because he's head of cabinet. What else can we do? Yet another reason we need a whole new bookmark. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Japan would be a lot better for it. We can take a whole bunch more loans. I'm just so disgusted. I think we have to revoke a privilege off someone. We already revoked a privilege, man. I think we revoked primacy of the nobility. I mean, maybe if we take another 20 loans or 10 loans or something like this. Still waiting for the Austria HRE run, expansion through diplomacy and HRE through laws. We might do that at some point. We kind of did that. If day-to-day use doesn't matter, then why not stick with something more closely matches day-to-day intuition? That's generalist argument. Fahrenheit is closer to, yeah. Fahrenheit is closer to what I think it should be. I would be a fan of 0 degrees being freezing and 100 being the internal temperature of a person. I think the person who gets it is the person who has the best leader, but we're not hemorrhaging too much to this. Why do they not accept this? Oh, we need a little bit more war score. That we can do. Man, we just are gonna hit it and quit it with this war, I think. We could have checked before joining? Wait, what? You can check the war panel? Oh, yeah, because he's already started the war. He's inviting us post-hoc. You're gonna come to my conclusion sooner or later? No, probably not. Because I used to be a Celsius guy. I used to be like, us Americans are stupid, Celsius is fucking ridiculous. Or sorry, Fahrenheit's ridiculous. Like, why don't we use what the rest of the world uses? And I'm actually, that I think is the best argument for Celsius. The rest of the world uses Celsius, so you should too. That's actually, if someone like gives me that argument, I'm kind of like, yeah, okay, that's practically speaking. But if we're talking about the scale in the abstract, like not practically speaking, what should you do? Fahrenheit's better. Fahrenheit gives more granularity, yep. I am Bezos. That's incredible. No. Kick rocks, bro. Bezos is paying for my Prime, otherwise I wouldn't have it. That's what I mean. It's the free sub. It's kind of like a way of saying you're my favorite. Classic chat having the wrong opinion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Armories are so strong for creating demand. Not anymore. Not anymore. The demand is going to force you underwater with the building maintenance change. I don't know when it will force you underwater exactly, but the fact that this scales up in cost now, and is not just 20%. I don't know if it's 30%, I don't know if it's 40%, I haven't really done the math on this. Okay, let's, on our cheat sheet, we're going to add maintenance here. But the maintenance is significant. Armory is being net positive. I 100% agree before. Now, I don't know when they stop being net positive, but eventually it gets bad. That's like why I think like regulars are going to be so much worse. Are you revoking the noble privileges? Yeah, we shouldn't have given out so many to begin with, but I think that we don't quite need to revoke them. We do have to be at peace, though, so we're not going to take the loans until after. Imagine tracking measurements at 7/13 of an inch. Oh, I mean, I'm... Is that centimeters? I'm 100% on board with metric in every single thing except for temperature. More urban sprawl helps for reducing the cost of noble privileges. Yeah, so does moving plutocracy, theocracy to even. Like, we might bump this back up. I need to do more testing with selling efficiency, though. The selling efficiency might be actually good enough. Because there's, like, a cheesy little exploit that we're going to make a video on at some point that's just, like, actually good. And you need selling efficiency for it, so... Sell efficiency. We are at 10%, so we could take stuff off them. They would accept a full annex. Oh, we could save and be really cheeky and just full annex the war leader to end the peace deal. Just saving because we want to get something, but maybe that's dirty. It's a dirty, underhanded trick. Like, if we want something, we should lock it in now. Yeah. Yeah. I really want that siege to finish and then us do the thing, though. Ah, naval infrastructure or integration. Well, we kind of have extra cab actions. I think we're going to go for this. It's close, though. That means we're close to getting our at-war cooldown. Break alliance, perfect. Do we want more peaks at this stuff or this stuff? Well, we get more points for this one, so let's do that. Could we break the same alliance twice? Hot damn. Oh, they're not happy about that. They only give us one option. They're like, you fake broke that alliance, and now we are going to stop pushing values. Can we push communalism at all? Yeah, we can push communalism. Danish Ragnar, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Wait, wasn't... Oh. I almost upset a lot of Norwegians by asking, wasn't Ragnar Danish? I should have upset everyone by saying, wasn't Ragnar Swedish? That would have been the real play. Yeah, wasn't Ragnar Swedish? Upset all the Scandinavians. I don't want to be pounded in the ass, Generalist Gaming 2026. I mean, where's the lie? I don't know if you guys have heard of Joey Diaz, but he's a philosopher. Great philosopher, contemporary. And he said, big dicks in your ass are bad for your health. And I'm inclined... I haven't really investigated this, but I'm inclined to take his word for it. I'm excited about creditworthiness bonds being added to the game. Bonds are, yeah, I'm definitely under investigating bonds here. They're definitely like a source of money. And like, if your replacement cost on a building is sufficiently low, you actually just should be pretty aggressive about bonds. I have to like do the math on it. Maybe there's a series I've been wanting to do for a while regarding economic phases. And like the first phase is like just build the stuff that gets you the money. Because like collapsing prices is like not as good as just getting the money, right? You're just supposed to get the bag. Do we really need to full annex them, actually? No, not our garrison's coming. So now we're under. Now we have to annex them. Yeah, we should have just pieced out when we had the chance, man. I'm being a silly Billy here. Can we detach a siege and then go. No, we can't go grab anything. We actually also need to be the winner of the siege. I'm just being stupid. You know what? We'll get what we. Okay. I was gonna say we'll get what we deserve here. But now we can do a peace deal. Oh. Well, we could grab most of it. What we care about is actually, like, the fact that we can release Granada with claims. Well, why can't we do this? Oh, we need 10%. How do we not have 10% war score, bud? Alright, you know, we get what we deserve. This is... We earned this. But we deny Castile. Yeah, we should have just pieced out at 10% war score. I'm not going to re-roll over back for that, though. It's, like, a bummer, but it is what it is. We'll see if we can get the war score we need to send a demand. Trying to bob and weave here. We're a little bit ways from 26. Let's call an emergency parliament here. And I think we already maxed out Spiritualists. We could intentionally fail Dev the Interior again. We have a bunch of gold again, so we can kind of run back the play, but we don't have anywhere near as much stuff to build. I'm just having a brain fart here. Okay, now we have 10% war score. Cool. Can't grab Fez. Oh, we can't separate Sue for peace. Damn it, that's normally how I check what the releasables look like. We just mainly want to grab coastline here. We could do this. We could also feed stuff to that guy. We feed him an entire province. Oh, not that one at least. Marrakesh is valuable. Can't feed him that. Well, we can. We just have to abandon this idea. I think we want to make Tlemcen. Could also just go for more of the Iberia stuff. But we can't take Cadiz. Yeah, I think we just do this. And then we let him... annex the rest of... what have you. And then now we're at peace. Oh, we don't actually have a lot of money. We have a lot of loans. She got bold fighter, indeed. But she's not allowed to lead troops. Womp womp. Terrible. Spiritualist is maxed out. We're gonna bump the aristocracy back up. I'm not sure which one we're going for yet. Wow, we gotta take more loans. Not led by anyone. Math-wise, if we have someone leading our army, we want them to not be. We don't. So now down to 9%. There it is. Theocracy time, baby. You're not even reading the H's in the Holy Roman War? Do you use the English Parliament? We are. Fahrenheit, not Fahrenheit. I wonder if we don't need more bad privileges to fight over with the estates. I think more would be good. We're gonna save just in case something really weird happens when we flip theocracy. Can you close some buildings with lower crown power? Oh my god, you're so right. That would have been better. We should have just closed all the counting houses. You're right. This would have been better. This would have been an improvement. But we're here now. This is the soup we're swimming in. We have some tools. Actually, we maybe do a short tutorial on this. Because getting to the point is hard. Everyone knows that if someone else is doing something, that means it's correct. And can't be wrong, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's paying for Amazon Prime, including Twitch Prime. Doesn't cost me a dime. Do you think traditional economy is better than capital economy at this point? No. But it has been buffed, I think. Let's maybe take a look at that. I think it's a lot closer. Maybe that no shouldn't have been so definitive. I feel like the numbers on this got buffed by a lot. Raw materials output's a strong modifier. The problem is there's a weird, monstrous confound here. The very most valuable things that you care about most are things like gold and silver. And you get stuff like Mercury Patio up to 2 levels, so you get plus 200%. So you're not going from 0 bonus to 120%. You're going from 300% to 320%. But in the early game, you're going from 100% to 120%, right? Another really important one is lumber, but because lumber is just like, everything points back to lumber in the economy, but you have lumber output here and another 66% elsewhere. You also have like plus 300% iron, and iron is another sticking point for the economies. It is good for something like cotton, let's say, right? And it makes a lot of sense there. However, if you play like just super optimal and you actually engage in colonization, and you kind of min-max some stuff, you get the cotton plantations here. So what are the industries that are really like key industries that are not going to be having output bonuses? And it's like spices. So if you produce a ton of spices, it looks a lot better. Dyes, production efficiency gets you more dyes. And now I think you want to urbanize all your dye stuff. The pop capacity is nice. The food production's like kind of nice, but food production's kind of not typically the problem. And the way the math works is like this increases your income by like 20%, the output, but this like however much production efficiency you get, you always get more income increase. And so like this usually lets you have a way bigger income increase, and typically as you get later and later in the game, you get more and more value from production. Like I feel like a lot of people's like intuitions regarding balance are done with guilds, right? The first tier of all the production buildings. And the second you hit like workshops, like there's a big difference in power level, because this going up really, really matters. Although that's probably not the best one to show off this issue. And also, well, actually, you get to stack a lot more production efficiency when you upgrade, is a big part of it. Yeah, this looks relatively innocuous, but the output just being higher is a big deal. But also just being able to stack way more levels is a big deal, and you start getting like 50, 60, 70 production efficiency. I don't know, like maybe you could do like a math sim on it. Ragnar is Danish? Well, he was. Ragnar was actually Finnish. Joey Diaz is a gem. Yeah. A great philosopher. Eating cheap chocolate is bad for your health, and we love doing that. That's fair. I mean, look, if you love it, gotta do your thing. Joey Diaz is a contemporary philosopher. Prove to me he's not. You can't. You can't. Why are we fighting Morocco again? Castile called us into a war. The actual reason. That's a lot of prestige. Prestige. Okay, we gotta make sure we don't shit the bed here. We'll deal with this in a second. But here, maybe we just do this. No, I mean, we just shouldn't pay for it at all. What are we doing here? That's the dream. I don't think we want to hand these out anymore. We were kind of... You're kind of into them in some situations, but not here. Not anymore. Isn't there like a way to dismiss them all? Okay. We have fake eye patch man. Stolen eye patch valor. Okay. Let's do this. Do we actually want to... I think we just want to request additional taxes here. And then we want to spend down a little bit while we have the bonus. Is content eating 800 milligrams of edibles playing GTA is basically akin to Aristotle? I mean, Diogenes was a philosopher. Granada's basically Gibraltar, rightful English clay. I agree. This is a wild piece deal. We don't have Gibraltar, but we can make it up in the aggregate. I love the reference. But we can create him in the aggregate. Wow, looking at this Morocco, like, relative to our Morocco run is just so sad beans, dude. Where are your tribal slums? Where's your pride? It's like at the same year. Let's actually just show that real quick. This is 1425 is England, okay? We're doing okay. We have tax space of 800 and 475 income, okay? Is there a baseline of estate buildings that estates will build before contributing to economic growth? Not that I know of. Okay, so this is a little bit later. Actually, maybe we can... No, let's just load this Morocco file. Tlemcen, it's an S, not a CH. Tlemcen? Okay, I'll try and remember that. Was it a good idea to get rid of the Magna Carta as England? Yes. If so, what do you replace it with? Anything else you want. Estate privileges need total rebalance. Paradox needs to stop trading 50% estate power as equal to 5% satisfaction and a positive bonus. Yeah, I mean, estate, yeah, the thing is like 10 to 1, you're like kind of happy to just have it and the way the math works, it's like it doesn't have increasing, well, we're having a civil war here, but bam. And let's check Paul Allen's eco-base, tax base. Tax base is lower than England, but I posit that England might be a weaker start than Morocco. Or sorry, Morocco might be a weaker start than England. Maybe it's not, though. Maybe we're taking the tribal slum to their natural conclusion. Yeah, maybe the tribal slum just feels better than it actually is good. We're like in really good shape here as England, and we haven't gotten some key things. Isn't the additional pop growth long-term better than production efficiency? Oh, maybe. So here's the thing is, as you get more production efficiency, that makes the modifiers fall off. So I have brought this up in the past that maybe like the last 100, 150 years, like, traditionalism is better. Someone in the Discord, you can join the Discord, it is in the description of the YouTube, but someone in the Discord is actually like pretty bullish on trad economy. I haven't done math for it, but when you start talking about the population capacity as a metric, the math starts getting a lot more complicated, but there's a lot of percentage bonuses that you get on pop capacity. So like additively an additional 25% is not like it's not multiplicatively 25% more, right? It's additively 25% more. So you can see here we have, starting from the bottom, 25%, 35%, 135%, 143%. We'll call it 250%, 260%, 285%. So 25% on top of that is not... It's moving from 385% to 410%. And, okay, how strong do we think that is? But also, prod efficiency is proportionally, like, more valuable, like, the less of it you have as well. But, why are you paying for stab? Let's stop. We had a reason before. You are correct. We should not be paying for stab. 400 gold a month. Let's go. Also, we are now a theocracy. So, we get access to all the theocracy tech. And laws and situations. We get this. Pursuit of Knowledge is the best one. But, if you're playing multiplayer, stacking a shitload of fort defense and building a shitload of forts is going to make you hyper obnoxious. Also on this patch, army morale 10% might be the way to go. Nature of our faith. I think we go belief in unity relative to these other ones, but crown power and tolerance true faith. Good. This used to be per 1,000 pops, it's no longer anymore. It used to be the best tech of all the government types, but we can't have nice things. I really hated this nerf. I thought it was neat that your theocracy would have a lot more clerics, but it doesn't. It's strong, but like, I don't know. It made it feel like a lot different, and one of our plans was to play England and then stack all this so that we could do that. But army morale early on is pretty solid. It's better in the early game. Conversion and assimilation speed going to be good as well. Satisfaction equilibrium, very solid. We also have more laws that are not pictured here. Unless they got rid of it. Solid Works of Art is so OP right now. Yeah, I'm trying not to abuse it. I have it written down on my thing to not forget to mention it in the metagame update. So, on release, selling provinces was hyper OP. You could sell provinces for, like, thousands of ducats in the early game, and it was just obscene. And then you would just, like, spin up really hard. We're gonna give out, oh, yeah, control the borderlands. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's maybe give out all of our stuff and then click our parliament buttons. I don't know if we started clicking them, but... I think that this is effectively only 5% satisfaction for 100%. Maybe we sit on this for a while. Noble satisfaction, I think, is also not worth as much as clergy satisfaction. We don't have any more clergy things. Did we not get... Could have sworn we had more free gov reforms than this. I'm gonna check our values to see how much serfdom push we have. Alright, we cannot afford to give out anything that gives free subjects. Partial yield's an interesting one. I actually think it's okay. A little bit of extra population growth, I suppose. Maybe not worth actually clicking the button there. Oh, we've already clicked all the buttons, but... kind of probably worth just rolling that to see if we get serfdom. Okay, but we do need to... Is that really the only... Could have sworn there were more estate privileges under theocracy. This is what we're currently running as well. We have to get rid of this for something better. But I think we're waiting till next stage. What a handsome man. Greetings, thank you, thank you. Teutons is busted with military sponsorship. You can basically pay for full sliders and roll over Poland in the HRE. I think they nerfed that in the beta. Or it was somewhat recently nerfed. Let's maybe get another wave of granaries in. And counting houses. Thought we urbanized a little bit. We urbanized down here? Yeah, we did. I need to filter out... Well, we have the owned location filter on. I don't think that it should do that. I'm not contesting that it does, but... It's not urban, so we're not getting the discounts. We actually have another governor. We even put one down in Bristol. We are going to be moving the capital eventually here. I guess we could put it down in York. Can we not? We have a mod that removes the overseas requirement, but we're not trying to use it like that. I mean, they're cheap right now, so we're gonna come around and I guess find a bunch of urban buildings to build and build them. Alum is nice. Lead also goes into glass. It also goes into some of the firearms type stuff. So let's see. I believe the cannon maker does use a little bit of lead. Not a ton of lead. I'm not going to have too many inputs on it. Oh, this also... York has just a straight up bonus for spinners. So let's do that a little bit. Just utility stuff here. Tanneries... tanneries use sand, and they use livestock, so actually... Tannery here makes a ton of sense. So there's glass too. Maybe it's... Proportionally, we have fewer places that are good for tanning or something like this, then it doesn't make sense. Let's see if we have... good provinces that, like, only have livestock. We have a couple that have, like, livestock and wool. And we have a lot of places that are good for the wool. So let's hit up a couple of these. That should really satisfy the demand that we have for those things. Let's look at the London market. Use the list format. No, wait. Okay, saltpeter. I don't think we have a lot of demand for saltpeter, but we've been kind of ignoring it. Paper maker. Bristol, don't want it there. It's not using the right PM here. Portsmouth does have wood. And salt? Yeah, we built a bunch of libraries, so that created a bunch of demand for this. Tin. We have stone and clay. Maybe do glass here. Because we'll do glass and masonry. Is salt in the tannery? I think it's... no, sand. No salt in saltpeter. This is a scam. Brewery. We want a place with wheat. The wheat and beeswax. Maybe Cambridge makes sense to do the winery brewery building. What is it? There's an expression. University is the fountain of knowledge and the students are here to drink. Something like this. We don't have any wine locations, otherwise the wine output applies to both the RGO and the other things, so we would use those to in this to do the thing, so we'll just do this instead. Or we would put the urban location that we are planning on doing the booze bonus thing in. We would put it there, but alas. Is wine distillery, where's the beer? Have ice? They already have a brewery. Alright. I wish I could see, like, areas that we've already, like, touched with buildings and areas that we've not. So these two are untouched. Carpenters. Why are you so wildly profitable? Well, carpentry uses dyes as an input? Is it always dyes as an input? What's the heuristic for building counting houses? Eventually you just kind of want them everywhere, but it's based on how many upper tier promotion pops you have. So basically the more pop you have, the better. Because there's a lot of promotions that scale with pop count. But the more of this you have that's upper tier, the better. Not sodium chloride, something like potassium sulfide, maybe? What's the name of the construction manager mod you use? I believe it's construction manager. The name is what you refer to it as. For whatever reason, I like putting the naval supply guilds on the coast, but this, like, just completely is not relevant. You don't need to do it. But just, like, the little RP in me just, like, is like, oh, this coastal location with fiber crops, this is a good thing for doing one of these. And it's just like, it doesn't matter. Alright, what do we have here? So could just do spinners here. Could do paper maker. do spinners. Could also do tools after a certain point. We don't have a lot of tools, and we will need it in the future. This could be paper maker. Paper maker is not really that dependent on bonuses. Larry 344, thank you for the follow. There's already a couple spinners guilds here. We're just gonna auto expand it. There's saltpeter coming in. We already have some tools production, actually. Decided to go for glass because it's lead. Eventually we will get the output on the masonry, but... And these are going to be all types of messed up because the AI built them. These like have to be fine cloth. The dyes are going to be cloth, but also going to be paper. This has cloth bonus. Looks like it's already doing cloth. But not on auto expand. Oh, it is on auto expand. Looks like we kind of got into this a little bit. But these paper makers are wildly profitable. So I think we'll just full send them. These two are new. We have sand in the province too, so can do glass. Glass, I think the first level uses dyes, but after that it doesn't. Or is it the other way around? We really never use dyes? Alright, I'm losing it. I'm losing the plot. But we'll throw some of that up there. Coal here, coal and copper I think is good for weapons, right? Not sure we want the copper urbanized though. I think we can get behind the cannon maker. Salt and livestock. Fiber crops up here too. What we need right now is paper makers guild, so we're actually just gonna punch it. Actually, there's not that many fabric bonuses. Let's do this. And then like here, this will be fine for paper. Ah, it's already been expanded. Well, it's already been expanded for this as well. So we eventually maybe close the other industries. Not delete though. Deleting's not worth. You get the promotions even if you don't if it's still open. I'm gonna write that down. It's like a detail like people don't. Bonds not giving minus crown powers compared regular debt is so strong. Yeah, regular debt completely unworth. Bonds probably worth. Just in general. You have to compare how many years it takes you to replace something, but if the bond is like 5% and something replaced the cost of itself in under 20 years, like, I think that maths though, right? Thanks for defining what a name is for chat, you're welcome. What do you think is the biggest change in relative importance of goods with 1.3? Biggest change in relative importance of goods with 1.3? Granaries are super hyper OP, you build them everywhere. So masonry becomes a lot better, and then the addition of urban rights for producing everything has some weird warping effects. Dyes gets a little bit of a weird treatment because it's available. Dyes is like a weird one. Okay? Because it's available in 2 different specializations. And the specializations apply to the RGO. So dyes is maybe the weirdest. I don't know if it's that metagame changing. Do you prioritize farming villages over irrigation? In theory, probably should, yeah. Oh, we maybe want to think about breadbasket locations too a little bit here. In theory, I think so, yeah, because the food storage is good. These won't make the best breadbaskets, not like this. Oh, yikes. How much power did we add? What did we do? What? How did we add so much? Why did this pound us in the ass? Is monarchy better for subjects? Is it because different government type penalty on relations? If that's the case, then... Yeah, why is that? I'm not sure. I haven't played forever, I barely understand the game even, but I would not urbanize copper, what do I know? This was already urbanized. We generally wouldn't urbanize copper, we might even de-urbanize this, especially because it has an urban right that takes money to urbanize, but I think that we didn't put in any auto-expands here, partially because of that, but I don't know if it's worth deleting, like, right now. But you know the correct thing, but now there's an urban right that gives... for like mining towns, which I think require a mining thing, which make urbanizing the stuff a little bit better. I'd argue Italian Wars is the biggest change. He asked about goods though. If you can't form a league, the rewards are so strong you have to prioritize the event for 50-ish years. Wow, Generalist Gaming. Copper primarily important for cannons. Sometimes I have to check with the goods page because PMs change later. Yeah, they do change later. Early on is really, really good for cannons, and then the later cannon ones, I think iron gets a lot better. But like relativistically speaking, this is still what you want to use copper towards, or just use both. Or here you use steel, so copper becomes a lot less useful. But historically speaking. Like, copper's not as valuable because you don't get copper output bonuses like you do iron output bonuses. It's just, like, so disgustingly, like... Iron you get, like, plus 200% output, and copper you get, like, plus 20% or something of the tree. Has the lowering the goods stockpiles fixed the violent swings? The violent swings, they just completely removed that mechanic. It's just gone. Alright, let's maybe... Did we already set up masonry to auto-expand? The numbers, Mason! We're just gonna blast that in this province that has clay. I mean, since we clicked that, might as well lock it. Wait, did we close it? That's not what we did, right? Yeah, we just locked the production method. Alright, so this place has stone. Right now we have a parliament where we get a discount. Just kind of clear what we're doing. We have a parliament where we get discounted urban buildings or urban locations. And so we're trying to get like a decent spend down here. That's gonna be like productive. Also trying to resolve some issues. A lumber mill. So we're gonna blast this in areas where they don't have, where we have an urban building. Because look, it's only 27. That's so cheap. But if we go to a rural location, it's 35. So specifically in places where we don't have a stone or other or clay bonus. We have a stone bonus here. Ah. But like, it might even be like the case that you don't want to urbanize like clay and stone anywhere near as much as you used to. Oh, we have protected harbor now too. So, in our good natural harbors. Just something like this. We maybe don't need to spend everything too. It's getting harder for us to do that. Like, kind of what we want to do is urbanize more and upgrade stuff, so... I think the shift click screws us over. If I recall, builds everywhere. The other, like, market isn't fixed up. Abbeville market's just a hot mess. I'm gonna, like, move it over to Brittany or something. Do we care about using our prestige in this way? Probably not, because we're flipping Frankian. We can tolerate them right now, though. I think we're kind of into that. Without too much cost. That way we convert them slower, because we're flipping Frankian. Yeah, I think we kind of want the rest of this gold for, like, upgrading urban locations. We got things going a little bit in a bunch of these. Alright, I think we'll take it. Still, you say, unless you have a ton of them, clay and sand, pretty much always rural for me. Masonry, glass eats up so much of them. Yeah. I think that this is kind of correct. Like, here is because it was coastal. Maybe that's even a mistake, though. This has a bonus. But yeah, that might be, like, the new way of looking at it. The, also pretty warping is the fact that you can get, like, 2 town rights, so now you want towns, like, really kind of specialized. So that opens up a lot of room. If you have a lot of available, you tend to have more availability on the building levels. And so I think that opens up room for doing stuff like clay pits and stuff like this, but, like, I don't know. I need more reps. Steel regards us friendly. Are we still... do we still... I think we broke our alliance, yeah? This is soon, TM. What's Antag look like for us? Roy kind of doesn't like us, or Bar. No. But yeah, now it's like, if you don't spam granaries everywhere, you're kind of trolling. I don't know if we want plutocracy or not here. So I don't... what are we doing here? We should be giving out all the urban rights. Because we have a bunch of the juice right now, and otherwise it's just gonna decay. Oh, we're gonna take some stab hits, man. Revoking some of these, maybe. Maybe we're not supposed to revoke this shit, and it's just, like, scuffed from the AI. Like, the fort town is just so nonsense. Pop's not being able to leave is also just, like, kind of annoying. But yeah, we get all of our urban rights. This is why I think theocracy, or a big part of why I think theocracy is just, like, better. Probably the best now. Woo! Oh, we actually kind of enjoy our prestige right now. Or we need 10. But kind of want 20. We'll figure that out when we get there, I think. It's close to the capital, yeah, but clay plus basins plus market villages, big tax base. Cool, game has really changed. Tannery eats up a lot of sand. You need a bunch of manpower buildings. If you aren't a fan of meta, yeah, I think Mercs are just, like, better, though. Rip Portugal, they're still around. Pretty sure you have to go aristocratic if you aren't paying cost court. All the stimulus, very little downside. Yeah. I'm definitely open to this being better. Okay, now we're just gonna actually spend this. What can we spend our devotion on at this point? Honestly, the RP in me wants to just divorce this idiot who stole and valored our queen with his eye patch. Trying to get Flip Theocracy in a run right now, but getting 35% clergy is power is hard. We might make a video for it. If you have a lot of crown power, you just intentionally take your crown power to get the extra like 5% of the way, which you could do by loans and turning off buildings that give crown power. To make the last extra bit of the way. What is this? Special succession? Alright. So this costs us 10 devotion for 7 stab. Kind of having trouble with the stab right now, so... This is the one that I think is really good, and this is... Army tradition's also, like, really hard to get, generally. But what this amounts to... Let's see. It takes us, like, 5 months to get a devotion, right? So, every year we get 1, so every 8-ish years, we will get an additional 10 research progress. Actually, wait, every month... Let's just do this in terms of months. How much... If this is the only thing we click, and we get 0.2 devotion, right? Which, maybe this is an argument that we should have more devotion-generating things, because this is generating us religious influence. Oh, this gives devotion. Right, okay, so religious influence. So the religious influence, if we're getting 0.2 a month, right? So then 10 months to get 1. So 100 months gives us 10 research progress. So it's 0.1 research progress a month. So that's increasing our research speed by like... was a little over 5%. But you could also just bank a ton and then just go for things. Like, actually, we should just bank it, and then when we get access to the free tree next stage, we just, like, unlock the roads instantly. Are you winning yet, son? We're kind of winning. Having some trouble with that. Yikes, actually. Why did we lose? Ignore the depravity. I mean, I think we're inclined to ignore her depravity, to be honest. I don't want to start this war with this many disloyal subjects, man. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, they've changed this. That's what happened. Shoot. Oh, maybe we have to stay monarchy. We have too many subjects. The subject penalty... Loyalty penalty for country strength versus overlord. We've lost access to fiefdoms. I didn't know if it bricks dominions. The fact that it bricks dominions is really bad. Dominions are incredibly strong. Maybe we're supposed to stay monarchy. Nearly ran out of text at age 3, even with the new treaty. The nerf to institution speed is overall good, but way too overtuned right now. Yeah. Specifically, it seems really overtuned. If the institution spawns in a place that's not close to the market capital, it just, like, the institution's, like, dead, basically. We might load and not flip theocracy. I kind of want to make this work, but... oh, it's just so bad, man. We are getting to have so many subjects otherwise. I think theocracy may be Mr. Right, but maybe not Mr. Right now, type of thing. Diplo focus for marches feels better now. There's no growing penalty for changing the government type. That does seem much better, yeah. Yeah, so maybe we're supposed to go marches. I don't know. I want to load here. Because we just can't, like, the 100 Years' War now, or annexing France seems highly suspect as a proposition. I mean, we probably can get it done. The thing that we're concerned about is that if France ever occupies any of these subjects that are disloyal, then they'll just get to piece them out. It's really obnoxious. Took both were in northern Italy. Diplo focus H2. Okay, we already read that. This is why you PU France, I think. PU would get bricked by the theocracy. That doesn't solve the specific problem here. Do you need to annex now? No, but they're gonna join a coalition. We could just wait, but like, this issue... we would have played this all quite a bit differently. And also, these guys won't consolidate. The Wales and Lancaster will consolidate, as will Ireland, but when they flip to vassals, they won't consolidate. Because they, like, as dominions, have, like, independent diplomacy and this type of thing. What if you give all your subjects to each other, even more? That doesn't get rid of the collective is stronger than modifier. It's useful in some spots, but I don't think it works here. We can check real quick. I'm thinking we're loading, so we're just gonna... Oh, we just built so much construction, though. Oh, all that gets bricked. No, no. Don't want to redo the things. Yeah, they will also eventually consolidate if we feed them to each other. I think I'm gonna use the restroom and think about what to do. I'm gonna think about what I did. In EU4 was shared with PUs having independent strength calculation. Just reload. That's the worst. I mean, I'm thinking we shouldn't have formed a theocracy, but also we clicked so many buttons. I'll be right back. Yeah, like dominions are so strong because they also allow you to force culture convert. Feels like March is the move for England, given how prone it is to being vassals are too large. Well, England gets access to like 50% more subjects with dominions. Padua run never got off the ground with econ issues, and Genova became weird Anatolia stuff. Never actually tried new situation in Italy. Try Florence. You're landlocked. You gotta make use of it. Just don't make a market as Florence. Yeah, I'm leaning towards reloading here. It sucks because we queued up so many buildings. How long have we been going? Maybe we just end the session here. Like... And I can fix the stuff off stream or something like this. If there is countries that like are better as like monarchies, like having access to dominion is actually like a very significant factor because it really makes it so you can have so many subjects while ignoring this penalty basically. How do you get access to dominions? England just has it. You can't, like, unlock it. It's, like, it's quite strong. Like, this is one of the downsides of, having access to fiefdoms is already an upside. We saved just, like, in case, but I also just kind of want to show this difference. But the thing is, eventually we have so many urban areas, we do want what Theocracy offers, which is 4 free urban right grants a month. But we're not at that point where we like really need it now, so it might even be correct for us to flip Theocracy, just not immediately. But we can show a little bit better what's going on here, I think. Tension system and events are both really good. You can ask fiefdoms to become dominions as any nation. Can you really? Okay. I thought what was going on, someone voiced to me that you were asking... That's silly, that you can't just make dominions, but you can ask them to become them. That's new, right? That hasn't always been in the game? Oh my god, we saved after we flipped. We saved after we clicked the committal button. Not like this. Need a new guide for biz in 1.3? Getting your booty creamed with the econ? Really? I mean, I think beating someone up for war reps and money is like just makes it really a lot easier, and trying to get that done early is like kind of the way to do it, because you're not like militarily weak, and then you get to repay your loans and stuff. How do I stop my slaves from moving around my market? I'm trying to make Megalopoly. Stop building RGOs. They will move if you build an RGO, they're gonna move to it. I don't think it swaps culture if you ask them to become dominions. I think someone told me that you could use the subject action to... I feel like someone told me that you could turn vassals into fiefdoms and then that culture swapped them. But they might have said fiefdoms into... or fiefdoms or vassals into the dominions. But... So here's what we had going into this, and then everyone's loyal, and look, country strength, minus 0.95. To be fair, the vassal has a reasonably large one, but it's not like minus 80 or whatever. And then we have the fiefdoms as well, which is only minus 5. They all share independent... What should be the case is... Well, I don't know if it actually should be the case, but... the fact that you get separate pools for loyalty is a strong distinction, and this is like one of the best parts about monarchy. Can you form Netherlands as England? I think they're both tier 2, so I don't think so. Actually, no. Netherlands might be tier 1. Fiefdoms get your religion. Got it. I think it's vassals into fiefdoms and fiefdoms into dominions. Fiefdoms get your religion. EU4 they were shared, but some subtypes get bonus loyalty. Yeah, these they're not shared, which is like a very strong distinction. So... I guess we're not gonna flip right now. Look at our 1% ground power though. Wait. We never got to 38%. Does it matter if you save and reload? That's good to know. I'm gonna write that down. That's crazy. Yeah, we have like 40%. March get extra 20 loyalty since you cannot annex. If you can freely swap though, marches just like are super good. Yeah, maybe this is a reason to go Diplo. I still think you don't want to go Diplo tree because you want the sweet Merc stuff. It's a big reason the vassal metal is so strong, along with the low Diplo capacity requirements. Yeah, I think that this is the thing that should be changed. There was a build before release where you actually got pressured in this. The issue was that Boho and France, like, started underwater on their Diplo cap. And then they changed it. But I liked that. I just felt that there should be a solution specific to France and Boho that made them not start underwater on their Diplo cap. Maybe whether or not to push Pluto, I can go Theocracy so reliably. I'm not sure how to get the Inca would benefit from trade capabilities so far from decent demand. So there's something that I'm trying not to talk about until I make a video about it regarding like plutocracy maybe being okay, but it really just has to do with export efficiency. It's kind of a modifier that has some weird edge case abuses. You have vassals with more total locations than you are still well under cap? Yeah. It's like not even close. Not even close. I also do think that, oh, there is some granularity here. Yeah. You also can, like, delete their urbanization and this type of stuff to abuse them. Holy, we spent... oh, no, wait, we didn't spend this much. I think you still can't Dominion Swarm because you have to make a Dominion when they don't have many subjects. And from the videos saw today, you release nation, seize land on them until they only have one location, flip them to Dominion, and then feed them back the territory. Oh, you need to, in order to flip them Dominion, here. Do you need to not have the, they seem kind of agreeable. What about these guys? Why do these guys not like it? Different gov type. Saying they don't like it because of the tax base and border difference. I mean, if we got rid of tax base and border difference, we would make it, right? So you make them small. Oh, also different religion. Different religion minus 20, tax base 24. Border distance. Yeah, this is a... we would be able to flip way easier if we had, like, more kind of normalish looking conditions. But we're gonna make Tlemcen a Dominion. Which flips their culture. Anglican English. Which is gonna make them rebel a lot, but... I'm not sure I've ever felt pressured in Diplo outside some edge cases. You, like, only get pressured if you're, like, you specifically, like, have to be a county. Like, this is the only time I feel you have to be a county and then also not have researched the bonus to it. And not hard to cheese border distance. No, you can just conquer something next to them. It's super whatever. Super kawaii. Alright. That's a bit of a bummer. I don't know. You live and you learn, I guess? I'm not sure we can remember all this. They have sufficiently like big economies, and I don't think they're moving through each other. Something like that. Oh, we fixed so much of this stuff up too. Oh, I'm frustrated. Alright, I know we did one of these was a tannery's place. We have a cloth bonus here specifically. Coventry. Let's do some of that. We have salt and lumber. Yeah. What does this even give? Oh, that's right. We don't have the free tree. Oh, this run's gonna be rough in this age because we don't have the free tree. Oh, we started the run before they changed the tree to make the free tree, but it's also we're playing with the old situation, not like this. Oh, it's leather, furniture, and okay. And pottery. Leather, furniture. Leather, furniture, and pottery. God, that sucks. Because they all have, like, wildly different things that they want. I guess this is gonna want both, huh? Here would also be leather and furniture. Leather, furniture, pottery. Ugh. This we might do just leather then. I feel like I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Alright, a ton of stuff next to the capital has wool, basically. Not gonna be the long-term capital, but... Is there lead and paper? Yeah. That straight breaks your run. If an institution doesn't spawn any borders, you won't get it until halfway through the age. Let's actually check the game settings, because the game rules were started before they had the historic. So could have spawned institution spread. We're just gonna enable this. Because otherwise, yeah, I think it is kind of borked. We're not gonna bother with the auto expands. This is actually what we spend a lot of our money on. We're just gonna try and move the game along a little bit. We decided to do, I guess we have tannery plus the other one here. Tannery plus carpenter's inputs. We'll find another not very good place that has livestock randomly to do the saltpeter. I do think we put saltpeter in a thing though. Maybe not, maybe it's fine. I think we just... what did we decide Cambridge? Cambridge we decided to do the booze cruise. Why don't we lead with this instead? And then... do the things that it leads into. Something about fountain of knowledge and the students are there to drink. This we like have to do the other thing, but I think we'll upgrade it. Or we have a local bonus to the thing. This makes sense. And we kind of got to spend down here. We're not going to do focus on land. These guys are sufficiently pissed. Oh, that's why they're sufficiently pissed. Alright, alright, alright. You got me. Gonna do the staple port for them. And then that actually might be a mistake. After 150, it's like not useful. We have a dock. We have a wharf. We're gonna have a protected harbor. I guess we're getting to 150 faster. But the clerical endorsement's kind of enough to keep us going here. Yeah. Okay. Rollin'. Aside from ahistorical formable, because Wampy all the history, I basically always play on default settings. I try to too, but like... I use some mods because there's some things I just like super don't agree with, or like think are just like ungodly tedious. Like managing fleets for maritime presence is already like really a massive pain in the ass. When you introduce like the winter attrition, it's just like it's just 20% of your attention just like goes to managing something that's like tedious and like you should just be able to set it up and forget about it. So I turn it off. I guess I only turn it off if it's relevant to my run, because I try and keep it vanilla, which is maybe like naughty of me because the AI has to suffer through that. Stream started at the start of the stream? Stream started at the start of the stream? That's true. That's not even me reading what you said and then reading it wrong and then pretending you said something you didn't. That's like what you actually said. Yeah. 100 natural, 50 from buildings, 20 from Stapleport, and 10 from government reform. Theoretical, what's the cap? 180? 100 natural. Can't you get 105 natural if you're like one of the weird rivers, or do they patch that? Yeah. You can get 105 natural, but let's talk about the dock. I suspect if you can get away with not upgrading these now, you want to. Because I think the cost does not scale linearly with the amount of harbor capacity. Here you have, this is your inputs, right? I think this is just straight across double the inputs, no? But it's only 50% more harbor capacity. And then this is double the inputs, and it's only 33% more harbor capacity. So, in theory, with the new situation where maintenance cost is no longer plus EV, but instead pushing you underwater, because it scales up as time goes on, if you can get away with not researching the max level building, then you want to, right? And there's a bunch of weird kind of things that are created by, like, downstream effects created by the maintenance thing. So maybe we do a video on maintenance specifically, but this is one thing that comes to mind is, well, with a natural harbor, we would not have to upgrade quite as far the shipyard. It's probably a little bit too much. When I clicked on the stream, it was 3 hours behind. Had to click on the timeline. Gotcha. Give a ton of sailors in shipbuilding, though. I think it's only in key locations. You kind of just don't care about sailors in shipbuilding, though. You like are never running out of sailors. Isn't it always worth it in Cap Governor? Probably, but not if they already have a... So the thing is harbor capacity is only useful up. It's useful until you have 1.5, and then it's not useful anymore. That's ignoring the sailors. That's exactly what that's doing. I feel like you generally don't run out of sailors. You don't care that this is generating double sailors. You don't build it for the sailors. You build it for the harbor capacity. And the most efficient building at harbor capacity, like, the buildings get less and less efficient per harbor capacity as time goes on, right? Where's my dock? Right here, the sailors is 16 to 1, or 16 to 0.1. And here it's 200 to 0.3. It just gets worse and worse and worse in terms of the ratio. Depends how much coast you own. That's fair. At the point at which we're having that discussion, though, maybe the mistake you made was not owning more coast. I think it gives flat maritime presence and reduces trade distance costs past 150. Okay, it gives maritime presence, but that I think is not as important. I'm not sure about the trade distance thing, though. Why do we have Frankian people there? What? Not that it really matters. Yeah. No, I mean, I think in theory it's... I think a similar thing is going on with the marketplaces too, right? Where the marketplace, every level is worse in terms of cost per the thing than the one before it, basically. This is even from a trade capacity perspective, but it doesn't give additional market access. This gives additional market access, but it's... Oh, is this linear? Actually, maybe this one is efficient. Yeah, everything's exactly double. I think in theory you maybe are supposed to skip merchant quarters. Is it actually just double? The upfront build cost of this is way more expensive. It's 50 versus 800, but the effect of the building in terms of the maintenance cost is the same. And then here you double. Oh, the maintenance cost doesn't go up on the commerce center. The trade capacity doubles, the market access doesn't go up, but it's also only, it's not even double the price, it's only plus 50%. So maybe these are okay. Did they change these? I remember complaining about this early in the beta, that it would be really easy to be punched underwater by the PMs in the late game, making upgrading not worth. Was this a change? Migration? Maybe. Off topic, but yesterday I learned about a new LLM called Aisha. It's designed to provide cultural informed responses for black users. I think this is fascinating. RNG confirmed, if I didn't recognize your name, that would seem like almost a bot comment trying to plug the thing. That is interesting, though. Also, like, my bot comment radar is going to be higher the second AI is mentioned, too, right? Sorry? No, you're good. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying my initial, like, knee-jerk, like, I recognize your name, so... like, I found this really new, hey, this is off topic, but I found this new product called X. It does Y. Like, format, is common with botting. No, I find it interesting. I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm just saying the formatting of the comment, like, reads like a bot comment. Like, just because you use, what is it, the long hyphen? I forget what it's called. Doesn't mean... Woo! Pour one out for the boy. Hope he didn't blow his hand off with the firework. Just because you use, like, the long hyphen or whatever it's called, doesn't mean it's, like, written by AI, or necessarily that the message is bad, but... Decision not to upgrade on market access, not changing until tier 3, was something you could skip, though not bad if you don't. I think that you're, like, at a phase where I think in H3 you're kind of at a phase where, like, money's not completely free yet. That the fact that... I still don't like that this costs 4 times as much, right? For 50% more trade capacity. So I think you have to saturate... like, marketplaces before this starts to look appealing as an upgrade. Assimilation is a nice bonus. M-dash, thank you. It's M-dash. That's the one. Yeah. Assimilation speed, 1% throughout. If I recall correctly, this doesn't even give you more max levels. Merchant quarters. So... we do want to annex France this session. Maybe have a little bit of a shorter session, because I want to finish my Morocco run before next patch, because I have a sneaking suspicion they might nerf tribesmen. Based on past behavior of nerfs. This has to update on the month, right? I'm gonna go to 12 out of 12, yeah. Buildings don't downgrade in levels, but RGOs do. We're gonna set up some food auto builds. Basically, if you're 8 food on a river, we're setting you up to do that. Although, I think that the prices won't be correct on that, such that it makes sense. This is looking pretty good for us. I think we still have our naval governor. We can place the local governor overseas because we're using a mod that changes that, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do overseas governors unless they're naval governors. But we are going to move the capital. How much will you give me? Thank you. Much appreciated, friend. No longer our problem. We're no longer pushing. Yeah, we could put this in now. We're no longer pushing the plutocracy. So now we can curtail the nobles. For that sweet, sweet nobles tax. They should be the majority of our taxes, yeah. Oh, they're not a majority. They will be in just a hot second. But the thing is with these guys, we can click this button. Baby. And take half their money anyway. I thought the free texts were just an H3 change. Not that they were all added to all of them. Everyone got it, but we started this game before that patch. When you have hella tribesmen and they're growing faster than they can promote a city, do we just not care and let anything happen, or we just let them grow? That depends if you're trying to abuse the tribesmen or not. Which, I hate to do it, give the, well, it depends answer, but it just depends. The fact that we don't get our mercs is annoying. Or that we don't get our levies is annoying. Because they're so good. You can use those to merc up against us, buddy. Why does it think we have a weaker navy? Wait, what? Unfortunately, we won't have Castile for this one, but... Oh, we should have maybe hid the navy before. Ah! We're gonna need cultural. We're gonna want this. Looks like France is kind of taking apart our subjects here. For now. We'll take 3 coming through. We're doing this to like kind of preserve our pobs. The Germans get mad. Germans not a fan of this. Plus 43 on some of these guys. We see Liege kind of upset. But I think we can get away with it. We just need to peace out Liege. Where is Liege? Map gamer doesn't even know what a map looks like. For whatever reason, my hotkey for that doesn't work. Okay, we actually just criminally don't care. Leash is pissed. If they were like medium sized, we would. Let's clip that army. Decent trade. Can't enslave because terrible. But let's change this guy to Diplo Endeavors. And just annex Hanuits. I'm surprised Scotland's still there. We've mainly been trying to expand south. Question about market capitals, specifically Constantinople. Is it meta to move the market capital down to Smyrna and then make another market in Hargan and another one up in the Carpathian Mountains? It might depend on who you're playing, actually. Suez is kind of an okay location instead of Hargan, if you're the Ottomans, because you get a free governor in Suez. And then they're both kind of similar. We also, there maybe is like an argument for like Suez and then like, I don't know, something like reasonable-ish over here and moving the Trebizond market out. The Trebizond market's just really awkward. You want Constantinople to have 100% market access, but that's actually not that hard when it's a megalopolis and you just build a bunch of markets. And you can give it an extra privilege, and you can just give it the one that gives it 10% market access. So it's kind of easy to actually achieve that if you're interested. I don't know if that's the best approach. I'd have to think it through and take a closer look at it. But intuitively, like, if you can't get 100% market access there, or you don't want to give out the 10% market access, what is it, urban right, you can, like, move the capital, like, halfway, right? So, like, either of these tiles is, like, kind of a similar idea to Smyrna, not quite as good. But I really hate the Greek market, because it's, like, a food apocalypse, and you're gonna have really bad market access here. If, like, Smyrna is the best way to have market access here that doesn't involve making a market over here. But maybe you just make a market over here and you just shrug your shoulders and say, okay. But you don't push market access very well through water, so, like, having a market here is just kind of bad, I think. You could maybe have a market here. And get all the market access over here, and then that'd still be kind of close to Greece. Maybe this is an idea. And then you could have maybe a market access, like a market down here-ish. And then a market in here. And with a market down here-ish, like if you're playing Ottomans, maybe you do it like here. Maybe this works kind of decently. Because you're close to your free governor as well. But otherwise, I don't think you, like, are super interested in placing governors in here, like, typically. So, second urban right unlocks with cities, yes, and then third with megalopolis. You have to pay for legitimacy for mandated heaven, I just realized. Terrible. China, awful nation. How would we justify this? Alright. Where's the big stack? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where's the big stack? Cotton Eye Joe. It's so catchy, I have to stop singing that. No. Do we not have the call? Okay, we don't have the call. Parliament cooldown. We're gonna wait. I think we merked up for nothing. Where's their stack? There it is. Yeah, they're merked up too. Fair. I think this works for us. It would work a lot better if we had something other than feudal levies per our content. The defining feature of Great Britain / England in the early game. Yeah, but that's just a win for us. Cash me outside. How about that? Yeah. And then he can't reinforce, and we have more saturation than he does. Lose a friggin' ton of guys here, though. That's so miserable. Maybe we should have actually just, like, moved this stack up to do that instead. God. Actually, just, like, kind of frustrated that we, like, don't get our... Well, actually, no, I've just been frustrated this whole time we don't get our levies. Make the market on creep for the roleplay? That's a market. That's a spicy meatball. Hadn't been for those meddlesome kids, I'd have PU'd France a long time ago, basically. Where does stack go? I don't think we wiped it. Where is it? Let's come back up. Yeah. I think that hunt armies specifically we can do, but like honestly they kind of shit the bed a lot with morale. So that might be punting that stack. Hopefully it's not. There's the stack. Waiting for him to expose himself here. Oh, I didn't even realize Brabant had a stack there. Alright, cat and mouse time. That would have been excellent on one of our various spend downs, but... This might be close-ish. We want to make use of the mercs. I feel like you have to, like, cat and mouse really hard with the AI this patch. Between, like, trying to catch their armies and trying not to run out of food, it just feels hyper tedious, so we're just gonna take this battle. Yeah, we win, but, like, at what cost type of thing. If we had better levies, this would be so much better. If we had the prince who was promised, this would be better. Can we not detach a siege with our hotkey for whatever reason? Apparently not. I think we do want to get a full annex. But double check that the way that we do it makes sense. Oh, we should have taken more last war. Are you kidding me? We'll see what it's like after we occupy the forts. It does make it cheaper. But that doesn't look very good. That doesn't look promising. Oh, there was some art there to steal. Not anymore. We might eventually lose this also, because they can reinforce, but we're not really reinforcing the mercs. Yeah, this maybe is kind of bad for us. They have a lot of guys that are just in... The AI, like, understands what's up with the food. They just build infinite auxiliaries. Another question, if I accept Greek culture, form biz, then flip back to my regular culture, what am I losing? Just legitimacy and stab, basically. And stab's not even real this patch. Playing H4th? Interesting. And I'm wondering, are professionals ever worth it? Well, the levy penalties scale up, and... I don't know if you can hire enough mercs when you get minus 90%. I think the mercs also get a combat penalty. Levy maintenance plus 100%, so... Age of Revolutions, maybe. But, like, I think that the way that they nerfed mercs was actually just annoying and didn't actually decrease their power level, which they decreased the available mercs by 90% or whatever, but this just means you just hire more merc stacks instead. They gave you this button to kind of compensate, but this just hires a hodgepodge of mercs and puts them all wherever, and that's not what you want. You want, like, to make sure you're getting the mercs that have good units and are not pulling mercs from your places, so it just, like, actually makes it ungodly more tedious without actually nerfing it. They should have nerfed the range. They should have just minus 90% range, so you can basically only hire mercs from where you are. Unless you're an empire or a kingdom or this type of thing. And, like, if the OPM could only hire, like, in a circle around it, like, from the area it's in, and maybe one or two others, then, like, the OPM hiring 30,000 mercs would not be possible. Unless they were in, like, an ungodly high population area, in which case, like, it's not even that unreasonable, maybe? I don't think we win this anymore. Did we win up here yet? Maybe. Let's get it started. I wish I could set it to slow march. Instead, we just have to play a little conservatively. This is something I had requested. See, I'm worried about getting randomly stack wiped marching down here. So rather than march all the way to the place I want to put the thing, I'm gonna march halfway and then just, like, do it again. But, like, feels bad, man. That's 500 guys, so we don't really care. But I don't want to get randomly stack wiped. Wee woo. Hope he makes it. It is less cost if we use returns. So we probably have to save before we do this. And use as many returns as we can. Should have just not been greedy. But I couldn't resist. Wait, why am I even saving here? We don't need that. We don't need to return stuff that's not French. Or not owned by France proper. So this... Now if we go for everything else by hand... What's the cost looking like? We can do it. We can almost do it. We don't have this siege done yet, and when the siege is done, it makes stuff cheaper on the war score cost. So this might be what we end up doing, because we're limiting how much bigger we're making Aquitaine here. We're taking the northern provinces for ourselves. Just double checking that we're not missing something. Did that... Ah, we are missing something. They somehow got that. They didn't have that before. Could do something like that. We could also separate piece out Scotland. Well, what the hell's going on here? So, hoping that once we take the castle, we could take that peace deal. The French have a kill limit, so I sent men in there until the limit was reached. When England murked up for no reason, they just sent them to pillage Scotland. Not like this. I think we could have been separate piecing him for a while, and we just haven't been. It's probably loose. Just do this so we don't, like, eat a shitload of attrition for no reason. Soon. Do we have our cooldown on our parliament? No. Although, now we're getting to the point where maybe we're supposed to wait for another one. General retires. Not that we ever really click this button. $106. Fair enough. The extra culture capacity is going to be kind of nice here. Let's tolerate these bad boys. Oh, it's going to be a while till we can make them primary, actually. A little bit. Maybe we deal with this here. Wait. by flipping this. Not Anjou. Anjou, how could you? Maybe we deal with this by flipping it Frankian. The issue we have now is that we were going to rely on being a theocracy for flipping Frankian, and now we can't do that. We have a lot of English people too. I mean, we're about to get more Frankian people, but with this annex and with the other stuff. But there's 1 million in the world. We have 2.6 million English. We're also 7 years away from assimilate area. And we could like assimilate the home counties to Frankian. Upsetting the chat. Back from hiatus, your Tribes of Morocco was cool enough concept to drag me back. Just when I thought it was out, they pulled me back in. I would just wait 7 days before starting campaign though. Because I think they're dropping it next week for 1.3. The amount of money it takes to maintain a professional army seems not worth it. I'm thinking just building profs for cannon and auxiliary open only. I think you're correct, Playmaker. I think this is correct. I'd say by end of age 3, regulars are noticeably more powerful than mercs, more expensive, but at that point you keep as much money. Can supplement with mercs and levies, but the good size stack will be enough to get it done. Alright, they unconditionally surrendered. Cool. Okay, so this is slightly too expensive. Okay, cool. Let's pull back on these and see if we can get the... For a second I read Return London to Aquitaine, and I was like, excuse me? So we really want to avoid giving away Frankian stuff. Stuff with Frankian pops. We want to have that ourselves, so there's Frankian pops in here and here. Okay. How does this cost more? What the frick? Why does this cost more? Oh, is this a save reload thing? We didn't add any... We didn't add any stuff. It's 5% off. Why is it like this? But actually, why is it more expensive? $105% versus 103%. Alright, well... It was supposed to be cheaper. It's cheaper on the Antag, maybe? But this is more expensive. That is... Why is this asymmetric? Holy... Why is it more... What? It's more expensive to return... Oh, this has to be weird math stacking. I like the food changes, they just need to add automation, like we can't move if we have less than 50 morale. Yeah, there needs to be more tools to bring food to the front, but I'm not necessarily, like, against food being, like, super important. I think balance tweaks, probably. No need to annex bourbon? Is that what I'm doing? We don't need to annex bourbon, but we have to annex everything. Is there a reason you're selecting bourbon and peace deal? I was just bad. You're returning some vassal land? War exhaustion and negative prosperity will kill off pops and make buildings less profitable. Should make land cheaper to take while you wait for your last siege to end. Yeah, I mean, maybe we hold on to him. We hold on to this peace deal for a little while longer. And see if it gets cheaper. We could also save and reload. Which sometimes it, like, makes a difference. By 1450, I got usually plus 400 or 500 a month. Like, I don't know, always like that for me. Just build buildings and make money. Yeah, kind of. Once you, like, learn the heuristics, it's just... you use them. If you accept demands of separatist rebels, it accepts their culture for free instead of releasing that land. Cost legitimacy. Ah. That's new, right? We're maybe make a note, accept demands to flip culture. Accept rebel demand seems abusable. Several, I'm feeling impatient. Yeah. Larry, thank you. Wait, that's not the one. Although, thank you for the follow. Rock and Roll Drew, thank you for the 500 bits. You could also push values for belligerent. Should help if you don't want to wait them out. Oh. That's true. Normally, the war score is not as much what we're into. As much as... I mean, it'll take us a while to push belligerent, though. And I think in the abstract, conciliatory is better, but... we do usually notice price comes down a little bit. I thought mercs were functionally identical to regulars. Are they not the same? I think there's like a combat penalty for mercs, but it's not that big. Like the difference between levies and the other two is quite large. So you can think of the other two as being roughly the same, but I do think professionals... maybe it is the army experience. You don't benefit from this when you have mercs. Or some of this stuff. I believe you also use the modifiers of the person you pull the mercs from rather than your own modifiers. Cannons seem useless. You wipe the armies, you just wait until they unconditional. No need to siege. I don't know. Often being able to take one specific province is really important in wars, I think. Like capital or a fort in one specific province, I feel, is usually what you're kind of into. You're annexing vassal lands into Aquitaine? Oh, you're right. Oh, that's what everyone was saying with bourbon. I thought I undid it. Okay. I'm trolling. Sorry. Okay, let's save. In case something weird happens. Now I remember why we wanted to save too. We're returning cores. We want to make sure that we get all the. We want to make sure that we get all the vassals. But we're returning cores. I'm concerned that someone else gets all the vassals. This type of thing. Not that we're gonna care. We're just gonna tolerate whatever happens here with regards to this. Kind of painful though. I think we will get coalitioned. But okay, Bourbon, whose subject are you? England. Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly how we drew it up. That is in fact how we drew it up. And we are going to culture push. How much is this to accept? It's not that bad. Do we have any? We do have some places that would get cored. But also, more importantly, we're not going to flip stuff off of it. And now, integrate this as well. So I think that the Picard... Actually... This is perfect. So Flanders has one province that is going to be Picard. I think we're not accepting Picard. So what we can do is we can assimilate to Francian this. What does the control look like? Awful. Terrible. Okay. Huh. Let's make it a little bit better with road. Neither of these are on the river, so we're kind of leaning towards urbanizing both. So urbanizing it will increase the control as well, but not as much as a bailiff would, but we're planning on moving towards urbanization. Let's maybe do some of this. Could also expel pops, specifically. I think Revoke stacks weird with other discounts like CB or Fort. What? Thing is, you're giving, the thing you're giving to Aquitaine belongs to, yeah, this is my bad. My bad. Sep Rebel demands Mandate of Heaven. Do you have the clergy war score cost privilege? That doesn't work the way you think it does. We do, but that doesn't work the way you think it does. War score versus... Oh, wait, did they change this modifier? Oh, they changed this modifier. When did they change this? Was this 1.3? There's used to be war score cost, and it used to decrease the, like, stab hit that you took when you declared war on someone, basically. And it was just a turbo useless modifier. This is actually useful. A reason for Anglican to be good. Our subjects are converting stuff to Anglican. We're not really converting anything. I go super back and forth on the value. The tooltip isn't clear, and the impacts for war score and antagonism. I mean, basically, it's you get a war score thing here, and you get an antagonism thing here. Yeah. Or sorry, you get Diplo rep. What the antagonism does, this is how much antagonism other people generate on you. If you're conciliatory, other people generate more antagonism on you. But the opinion impact from shared borders is also nice. But you get reduction from specifically the Diplo rep. Also thinking of moving the capital to Paris right now. I don't think it'd be very good, though. And then we just put a naval governor in there. And then we have a couple of governors over here. But that might help some of our culture swapping efforts. We don't meet the requirements here. We have to have them be dominant. Or our ruler to be... Can't we have our ruler be Frankian as well? Our ruler's not, so it doesn't matter, but... I believe that is one of the things that works. We could push Aristo back. I think we don't want to. You know what, the nobles should have actually just did a reduction with them at the start here, but whatever. We haven't done a bailiff check in a while. Actually, let's feed our... We have like multiple feedings that we want to be doing. I think this gets... all this French land, I think it just gets cored by us, is my understanding. When we form France, so we're actually not going to feed that stuff. We had this, though. Wow, Castile didn't annex Granada? What the hell? How do you lose that? Bro, that's crazy. Tribes have changed to Sunni. No! Not the Sunni tribes. I thought Anglican could only proc in the 1500s. It can only proc. I'm not sure we're getting to the 1500s in a stream game. Did want to show off Anglican, so we console swapped. We are Anglican. Not Wallard. Why France over GB? Because we get access to the... So GB, most of this is stuff we already have on England. See, we are or we're playing as England. We are or we're playing, or that one's not. But a lot of these are we are or we're playing as England. So, let's take a look. We are or we're playing as England. Are or we're playing as England. Except these don't even work. Just absolutely triggering. But that's how most of these texts are. In terms of us having texts. And you get to keep all these, right? But most of what you get from... We might lose access to these. We would love to build this before. I've literally never had the event fire, though. We, in theory, should wait for the King's Manor in York, maybe? Before we swap? We might lose access to these, I'm not 100% sure. But the point is, we get to kill we get to keep a majority of our content. That's English content. And then we get all the French content, too. What's the end goal of this playthrough? Annexing France. Well, we want to form France. If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can beat them, still join them. Become them. Have you seen Face Off, the movie? It's like that. Shout out to Nicolas Cage. We took their face off. Hey, Dr. Fabian. GB has its own content on top of English. Yeah, but it's not as much as, like, French content. Yeah. Is it just a thing in new patch? Crown power seemed to be lower before. 12% seems a little bit lower. Crown power seems lower. That's probably an emergent effect as a result of, like, control. We also have, like, somewhat low control right now. Is there anything directly affects crown power? But you don't care as much. Because crown power no longer gives tax efficiency malice. I'm not sure if this was this patch or the previous patch. But, the crown power not giving the tax efficiency malice makes you really not care as much. Also, trade is a lot worse before you get maritime presence. Like, it's way, way worse before you get maritime presence. And so, or at least naval trade. And this is the main benefit of, like, crown power now, is that it gives you a bigger share. But even still, like, you giving a ton of income to your estates is, like, not really that... It's, like, not bad. You know? I think we're gonna make this a food. A food thing. Derby as well. This is part of the construction manager mod. So I think all the other food stuff we're maybe urbanizing. Pretty close to the back of the market though. Is this... Maybe this we also keep for food. And then these when we get them, and this when we get it. One's got some food issues. My line, the bridge wanna go down. Blaming on control, not the 18 million privileges you give out every game. Additional marginal privileges, like, really don't, is there a weird sort of echo? Additional marginal privileges, like, really don't push the needle very much. It's the, like, mathematically the first ones are a lot more expensive in terms of lost crown power than the subsequent ones. Although you can try and make the estates that have the most flat power, which is the lords, if you go aristocracy, you could try and tamp down them specifically, or tamp down another one specifically, or something like this. But I'll show you what I mean. Okay, we're at 11% crown power, 24% lord power, okay? There's 75%. 1124. These are the numbers. Look, 1122. Now we've undone 175%. So this is like 3 privileges worth. 1122. It was 1124 at start. Now it's 1219. So 175% worth of power to translate to 1% crown power. And the math is such that, like, the higher the crown power you get, the more expensive it is to earn crown power by pulling back on these. The modifier that really, really matters is crown power, because it's a relative value. We also don't have any crown power characters slot in, which we could do this. Not that we don't actually, like, want to revoke all this ish, but, like, this is not a crown power character. Like, if we had crown power modifiers... Here, there's one crown power modifier. Do we have... I don't think we have... Well, okay. We have... do we have a guy to put in charge of cabinet? But what matters, like, the crown power characters just matter, like, way more. Or that you have crown power. This guy integrating whatever. To be fair, this is a nobles guy. Oh, he's... Okay, perfect. Okay. Do you have any crown characters? Okay, we do. So we moved from... We revoked 175% worth of things, and we moved from 11 to 12, and we moved from 24 to 19. Now when we do this, we move up 2%. And that was off of 2 things. This guy getting in command, which gave us plus 15%, and this guy in cabinet, which gave us this. So plus 25-ish%. So crown power modifiers move the needle just way, way, way more. Unless you have basically 0 privileges in terms of the math works. Because you have 100% crown power and 100% noble power, let's say, in terms of modifiers. And relativistically, now you're at 1 to 1. If you add 100% nobles power, now you're 1 to 3. So, like, in theory, if they give the same flat power per pop, which they don't, because crown gets a flat amount of power per pop, independent of what type they are, and, like, nobles give a ton of flat power. But if we have the nobles with plus 100% power, now it's 1 to 2. So you've gone from 50% crown power to 33%, so minus 17%. Well, if you add another plus 100%, right? Now it goes from 33% to 25%. So it's minus 8%. So the marginal cost of giving out privileges decreases the more privileges you get out. The marginal cost in terms of representation and crown power, and also crown power is a way stronger modifier for increasing crown power than trying to attack a state power. But also, money to the estates is not completely useless, too. But estates pay 4x what you build and buy to build things, so 75% of the nutties go incinerated even if they only build good stuff. Is it really 4x? When did they do this? Did they do this after they gave them money from lack of control? The thing is, they're also receiving the money from lack of control, which is like, it shouldn't even be money that exists. But... let's load back, because we don't actually want to pull out those privileges. We never pull out. But, like, so it's really important you get the crown power stuff, but not, like, 175% of privileges, in terms of crown power modifiers, is not, like, it matters most for the nobles, I think. Interesting your church is so powerful, rarely used to seeing that. We've juiced them up, like, as much as we can, because we were planning on flipping theocracy, but then it, like, didn't work out. I think I get 4 to 5 privileges to most estates, except burghers in your Milan run had around 30 to 35% crown power, and the modifiers are pretty big at that point. Yeah, but the stuff you get from estates is really useful. I mean, in the world where you're just intentionally raking the lords to, like, 0% satisfaction continuously... maybe. The thing is usually giving a bunch of stuff to the clergy is not very painful in terms of crown power anyways. Wait, where's the... right click to select everybody. I don't even see where he is on the map. There he is. It's mostly linear, right? So we're talking about 0.5% crown power. Or max tax. If we double this, we'd be getting another 2% max tax. Some efficiency of cabinet. I don't know, man. I think that that's really expensive relative to, like, a lot of this. Like, we can think through, like, if we were to have 4, which 4 would we have? Just the crown gets even base power. You can check from the base power for crown from each location, and I think it can be located on base power. Generally, the crown gets the same base power as whatever the estate plot belongs to without any power modifiers on it. Are you 100% sure? Because that's what I used to think, and then I checked, and it seemed to not be the case. I forget how I checked. But I remember thinking that, and then doing a correction on that front. Where would we check that? With the Rev meta, you only need to keep the nobles at 2% satisfaction when max taxing them. Yeah, I mean... I I think that's maybe more a function of the rev meta then, like at that point, than like how you look at privileges. Like revs just like intentionally revving just shouldn't be good, but and I'm also generally not trying to do that every run because I think that as an exploit that revs should be painful. The fact that they're like actively good is just like I think poor design. However, the crown power, a few nested tooltips. However, crown power. So London, we're getting 150 crown power from London, yeah? Nobles, did they change this? Nobles are giving 12. I swear to God, did they change this twice? I don't remember this being in the patch notes, man. Where's the power? This is the type of thing that frustrates me. So 0.48, it's not even showing us the base value, but 0.48 times 25. .48 times 25 is in fact 12. Oh, we should probably just delete our castle, to be honest. I swear this is the way, like, it worked before release. And I made videos on it working like this, and did math for it, and had, like, a spreadsheet. And it was such that if your crown power and your estate power modifiers were equal, you would always have 50% crown power. And then someone told me I was wrong, and they gave me a way to check, and I checked, and it seemed like they were right. So I don't know if it's been changed twice, or what the check was, but yeah. How do you get that England flag? I'm not sure. We supported York instead of Lancaster? I think that might be it. In my run, I can't find the free tech trees. You have to start a new run. It's only runs that start from 1.3.8, I think. My Glassy, I think you were on to something. Yeah. Because this is the way I thought it had worked, and then it... Yeah, so in that case, you care about who has the most overall base power. And the higher people's base power, the more you want to give them out privileges. But thinking to, like, the point of, okay, if you're going to have 4 privileges for the nobles, which 4 do you have? And it's like, without this, pushing naval to 50 is hard. This allowed us to push serfdom. This scales really well in terms of cost. I think you have to have the maximum tax one, so there's 1. This, I suppose, you could go without. This one's mainly for satisfaction, so... But it only gives 20% power. This one you could go without. This one I think you need. So, like, you use these to push values and then you revoke them too? I mean, stab is so cheap this patch that revoking is a lot better. Before, I would be more of the mind that you don't want to revoke. But okay, maybe you want this one. The max tax. And like this one or something. Rip generalists. Fairness, I pulled the save and it's closer to 7 per. 4 on commoners, 11 burgers. It's closer to 7. Yeah, so 7's a lot more manageable. There's 4, 5, 9, 10, 11. I mean, look, I can bite on giving this up, but part of the argument of like we want more crown power, that's like one of the modifiers we get from this. Crown power around 30%. The thing is the more crown power you get, the more expensive it is. It has increasing marginal cost relative to the amount of privileges you have. So, like, the strategy might be like a mixed one, where you're supposed to like not give a shit about these guys' privileges and the yeomanry privileges, but you only care about the nobles ones, and you keep the nobles to like actual 4. Something like this. Because if we revoked a whole ton on the nobles, that maybe makes some sense. And that would give us more max tax on them. This is assuming you're just like perma-revving too. I'm just trying to think through it a little bit. They have 53, 153, 253, 303, 323, 373, 450%, 490%, 490, which is like 600 at like 15-ish. And we're on 650% power. So 750%. And if we reduce them, the pie share would not go entirely to the crown. It would proportionally split relative to what everyone else has got. I mean, we have everything out on the clergy. We have a bunch of extra modifiers on the clergy. The burgers over time do get really powerful. I could also bite that we're giving out too many burger privileges, especially because their satisfaction bonus isn't that good. The satisfaction bonus on the clergy is relatively good. Prod efficiency is kind of alright, but They just changed farming villages, or one of my mods did. Can you check? They did change farming villages. They give output efficiency instead, which is raw materials output efficiency. Fort licenses is really bad in single player. Fort licenses is one of the more borderline ones for me, yeah. I think we start with it, so it's more a matter of just not revoking it. Because the rate for satisfaction isn't that great. But also we're living in a world where you don't care about the satisfaction. I think that, like, I think the driver of the way you're thinking about this, or the way to think about this, has a lot to do with just intentionally revving, and I think intentionally revving shouldn't be good. But yeah, fort licenses. And also it allows them to build the idiot buildings. Agree with the value of pushing being quite bad, and crown power for weak estates are so good for the eco. I love armories because they introduce so much demand. Big truth. Fuck forts, yeah. City walls are so much better. You don't even want city walls. I can't remember if we resolved whether or not local modifiers were multiplicative or additive with other modifiers. I think they were additive, but I'm not sure. The math, like, it looked like it was additive when I tried to test. I'm not going to revoke this now, though. But I generally don't hand out fort licenses. Fort licenses is, like, the worst one here, I think. Like, of the crown power ones that I'm interested in, I think it's the worst. I guess elite council is actually just kind of booty after a while, when your parliament stops being useful, but this is just, like, so prime in the early game. Also, like, if you're gonna play the rev meta in the early game, it is a little bit rough. Is primacy of the nobility insta revoke? I don't know about insta, but I don't think it's worth... I don't think... In multiplayer, this is probably worth it, but otherwise I don't think it's worth it. Queen Margaret looking kind of pretty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she's married to a faker. His eye patch went away. Terrible. I think there's some in here that, like, I'm kind of not that keen on, but, like, a lot of stuff on the burgers, like, is just so good. Like, this is good. This is a must-have. It's, like, one of the best in the game. This, like, it progresses you to naval, and then the rate is kind of okay on the satisfaction. Their satisfaction's kind of decent. This, we could lose this, and that'd be fine. See, the thing is, I'm, like, valuing the satisfaction. It's also much better when you have, like, 3 balanced estates. Or relatively balanced estates. Because keeping their crown power low is not entirely a function of you having high crown power. This just gives generic max tax, but you get max tax from the lower state and from higher crown. Yeah, I understand, but balancing them helps to... surely we have parliament taxes. Yeah. Without parliament taxes, we would have 53% nobles tax. And the argument here is we maybe move up to like 55 or something. These guys are already underwater, so taxing them more is like really good. They're not underwater, they spend money on other stuff. Or wait, this might be spending stuff on constructions? Yeah. So they're not underwater. Estate tax has some value. I've commoners around 2%, and other states... yeah, well, the commoners' privileges are free, other than pulling you off of serfdom. And, like, one issue is, like... You're, like... Oh, wait, wrong thing. Right, so commoner satisfaction is useful for this. Real useful for increasing your general satisfaction. So you want to hand out commoners things. You also want to go serfdom. That pressures you to... Currently, we have a progression to serfdom of 0.15. So we could actually hand out another commoners thing. And probably will. Maybe even partial yield. Probably partial yield. We do like partial yield for the extra pop growth. Okay, so... because we already have... peasant food consumption modifier, and this is a discount modifier, so that's actually an 11% reduction. Okay? But the point is for every single one of those we hand out, we have to have a source of serfdom. And like this is progressing us towards serfdom. So maybe we don't need noble navy, especially because we've already pushed naval. Cool. We could slot that out. The thing is slotting out was previously, like, really expensive, but now it's not. So, like, that also changes the way we think about it. And in my games, I've also been slotting out a lot more privileges, since we get the button for the 20 stab, right? But, actually, this is a little bit of a wash, because it gives minus peasant estate satisfaction. So we could revoke this and one of the peasant satisfactions, and it'd be similar. Or we could just revoke this. This is also only 20% power, though, so I think that's not that big a deal. But let's ignore that, and ignore the fact that we don't... Yeah, let's ignore that one. I think that one's worth it, but... It's worth it if you care about their satisfaction in the slightest, which maybe we're not supposed to. But we'll do for a normal nation. I think that... Here's one that we want. Feudal merc contracts. Because if you get more money and then you can't, like, use the money as effectively, then, like, it's kind of whatever, and I think mercs are stronger. Here's two. Manorial courts. This just gives us max tax, so we need to have this in. We don't necessarily need this one. We don't necessarily need this one, but the rate for satisfaction is really cheap here. But, again... Maybe you don't care about it. Don't need this one. Don't need this one. That one's on the chopping block. Need this one. Need this one. Right? Because every one of these is another privilege we can put in. And we need this one. So 5 seems to be the minimum. I keep enough privileges on burghers to tax them heavily and keep satisfaction maxed. I then raise equilibrium on other states and tax less, so I can use estate interactions and stay positive. I mean, I kind of just like taxing the other estates to equilibrium or whatever. Like, we're still getting a very big chunk out of these guys. To be fair, we will have we have parliament approved taxes, so these guys will be over 50. And these guys will be over 50, and so it'll be fine. They made it cheaper to slot out? No, they didn't make it cheaper to slot out, but every 5 years you get 20 stab. So it's effectively cheaper. I don't think if you should really care about enfranchisement, it just seems weak. In comparison to removing 2 other privileges. What do you mean about enfranchisement? We care about the commoner satisfaction because it gives us the extra this. But I suppose the argument is we just don't tax them as much. Commoner consumption sucks and they're negative without enfranchisement. Yeah, so their money just gets thrown down the chute anyways. But yeah, peasant enfranchisement is like actively bad. But I'm saying you care about it because you care about their satisfaction. Their satisfaction is important because it informs prosperity. Should I come back for the beta or live? You should wait 1 week. Wait, or not even a week. There's a good chance next Wednesday or Thursday they drop the live patch of 1.3. There's also a good chance that they just decide to push it, but they said that they wanted to do it next week. So, if they do it, you'd rather start on, like, the full release, I think. Do OPM still develop with their subject? Yeah. At a certain point, you're making so much money you can afford to scale back. Yeah, that's fair, but then we're... Yes, but I view this as a high score. So, we might be coming from different angles at that point. My London Bridge. Yeah, I think we like the dev. Thank you. Cool. There's a lot of nation-specific content for extra nobility taxes. Yeah, I mean, this dilutes the value of... I mean, I think, if anything, trying to balance them is also, like, a consideration, but our crown power will get up to much higher over the course of, like, this next age, as we get a bunch of crown power modifiers. Who done it? What type of revolt is this? Oh, we needed to delete our shit. Oh well. I hate that this just kills a ton of pops. Maybe that's a reason to not like the Civil War meta. That's something I actually think people are very likely to underappreciate. Is that revving repeatedly decreases your pop. I think if you're not revving repeatedly, then you start to care about the noble satisfaction as well. People, I think, undercare about pop growth and exponential pop growth by a lot. Because when you have a rev, like, all the pops that die are yours. Like, we'll see what our per month pop growth is, but with these battles, we're killing, like, a decent chunk of pops, right? Like, 1,000 pops just died. Yeah. 600 pops just died. Same month. Alright, we have a new month. Also, it breaks your constructions that are ongoing when you rev, which if you're, it's pretty easy to like accidentally mess with. This might just be me just not wanting revving constantly to be good though. I'm open to that. Because I don't. I think it's really silly if it's good. So here's where we didn't take a province. 1 month of pop growth is giving us 2k pops, and so current kill count is 1,700 or 17,000. So we've lost like a year worth of pop growth, or not? We've lost like half a year worth of pop growth, something like that. And there's like, okay, maybe there's a way to handle it where we like suffer like a bit less, but also so much clicking. I don't know, what do we think, chat? Do we think that revving is like maybe a lot worse than people think because of pop growth? 22,000 dead. Yeah. I don't know if Manglasi, if that matters, that his noble's income is also being thrown down the drain. Also, we don't make income while we're revving. Or we don't make as much income while we're revving as... They don't feel like existential. Or remotely close to existential. I think car noises are fake. Big true. It's a scandal. Not like this. Kills a few hundred pops at most. That's like a month. Is there a way to see how... Right now we're at 23,000. Which is almost 10 months worth of pop growth. Also, we have decreased output while we have guys mobilized if we're using levies. Hulk is just a nice QOL upgrade. We're gonna go for it. But maybe chat's not into... the thing. Where did you come from? Oh, you were hired as a merc. Not like this. The terror in the deeps. The war is not won yet. There may be a merc afoot. Why do you auto-retreat? Oh, you just can't go into his territory? That's weak. Okay, so total casualties amount to around 25k, just a little bit shy. Serfdom only had noble satisfaction. Would you go for it? Taxes puts it into perspective. It doesn't only have it. What? No, you just have a higher tax rate on the nobles than you do the peasants when you stack everything in that way. Although we might not have that. Actually, serfdom might be worse on specifically on England, because England gets the max tax all law, where you get to tax everyone. But there's a lot of sources of, like, you choose the max tax you want, and so by diverting money from the peasants to the nobles, you get to pull a lot more money through them. After the second rev, the revs only get a single location each time. Wait, what? They have, like, a recently revved modifier? Because notable pops get plus 50% satisfaction for a long time after revving. Yeah, I mean, if that's the situation, then it's just, like, yeah, then it is a row. English Parliament law worth it max tax despite the Crown Power penalty? Yes, I think so. Because Crown Power doesn't give a tax efficiency malus anymore. Nobles wasting 70% instead of 100% of the money going to them is huge. How many of your subjects are dominions? It's current situation. Even if you have 100% tax rate on both, enfranchisement still affects how the money from lack of control is divided? Does it? You just want it going to the nobles, though. Because peasants are usually underwater. So money that goes to them just gets eviscerated. Importing slaves, best way to get pop growth? Yeah, it is true. Yeah, it is good. You try rev spam with 1500s, play the same tag entirely, the analysis would be good. Sounds tiresome to do. It does sound tiresome. But if it switches down to one location, then, like, that's a vibe. Did you annex France? Yeah, we did. Bar is weird shaped. Not sure what to do with Bar. I guess we'll improve relations with them. We'll feed this guy to Anjou. Just an OPM. We don't want it. Rodrigo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Or maybe should have fed it to Toulouse. Feed this guy. Decreases some of our strain here. I guess we want to annex maybe Normandy next. Or Blois. I think it's Blois. Yeah, this is probably going to be the only one that cores. Oh, I bricked our town upgrades. No, no, wait. I'm not sure we made them. Let's move this guy back this way. You're a naval governor H3 now with without going naval in this new tree. Did we know this? Wait, what? Haven't you... Is Admiral Regime... Hasn't they always been H3? So a way to upgrade London to a megalopolis using only pop growth and migration only? Yeah. Yeah, easily. Wow. Maybe let's take a quick look at what you would maybe do to do that. I don't really like this play pattern, but growth of 390, and then this has compound growth. 367 migrating in. Now up to 500, so... yeah, I think if you hoover up all the pops, like, around you, you probably could. Especially because growth is, like, effectively exponential. It helps if you do, like, shenanigans with, like, slavery and stuff. But then you're also, like, moving pops, especially if you also take use of the lowlands. Like, if you make this one market, you can expel them and do this type of thing. I don't think we're into doing that, but just to kind of show how you would go about it. One naval governor not tied to values. Oh, and the free tree? I might need to see the new tree. I want to see this. It's like 30 years to 400k. Well, it slows down once you have like lower pop. And you still need to use like cabinet actions for other things. New World Tree, only 3 advances in. Let's take a look. Let us take a look. Although after that, I think we maybe try and wind down the stream. We mainly accomplished what we wanted, which was the War of the Roses, which was like a non-factor this stream, and annexing France. Now we want to become France. That might be a little bit more work. Without flipping theocracy, and we need to annex subjects to flip theocracy. You said it was New World. Tree, 3 down. I mean, like, I kind of don't like what a governor does to balance, so I'm not thrilled with this. Is Admiral here? Yeah, and then there's Admiralty regime. Oh, am I a silly Billy? This one's age 3. But this is the one that gives you the governor. The one that gives you the governor is age 4. Yeah. Makes naval less busted. I mean, proportionally, yeah. Because you go from, what is it, like, 6 governors for Vanilla to 7 governors? Or wait. Is it 6 governors with the naval one? You have the base one, plus the Kingdom Empire one. Plus, I think 2 in the tech tree and 2 from naval. So you go from 4 versus 6 to 5 versus 7. So proportionally, yeah, you have more governors. Maybe there's even more governors. I mean, I think the governors are fun. I don't like how much they reward blobbing, man. There's the second governor. Also, I think that, like, too much of the power of the age is on the free tree in age 3. Maybe this is a design choice where you're trying to have the East only fall behind starting in age 4 or something. But, like, still have stuff for research or, like, this type of thing. But you have the government reform, the extra governor, maximum RGO size. Well, actually, max RGO size rural is not as good in the current metagame. Like, that's pretty good. It's mainly the paved roads is right there. Paved roads and the urban rights and the paved roads are the 2 biggest, probably. And then the governor and the gov reform after that. He said 6-7 chat, not like this. He'll never live it down. Have you seen the reform for 50 land that gives dev growth in urban? Not anymore. They nerfed it. I have no idea why they nerfed it. I'm not a fan of that. Land is so much worse. And then with that, it was like, oh, okay, we could have like a discussion. Like, land is just clearly better for playing tall, right? And then they snatched it away. It giveth and then it taketh away. Yeah, it doesn't give it anymore. This was an Although if we stay monarchy... we stay monarchy, plutocratic monarchy is actually decent. It's kind of got a trade-off, but... where is the thing? We don't have land, so it shouldn't be in here. Is it next age? Is it age 3? Oh, they put it back on. I take it all back. Or I'm a psychopath. Burger growth is also an insane modifier. Because that's more pop growth. As far as I understand it, that just gives you pop growth. Well, the thing is, the issue is burgers are often not a high percentage, but they can get there. Wait, what? I don't think it's nerfed? I could have sworn it was nerfed. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Will you be making meta changes video? Yes, I will be. That's kind of why I've been taking a few notes here and there. I have like another notepad somewhere else. A lot of the notes I took were for something that just got changed, though. It was why the storage mechanic was super stupid, but... I have Song 6 update. You may want to look at the race, quickly look at the race selection screen. Wait, cats or something? Has it been updated? I don't know how much chat is invested in this. I think we're done for the session for EU5. But maybe we check Songs of 6. But just to recap... we had War of the Roses, and it was like a non-kind of event, and then now we've annexed the rest of France. And the game plan here... the game plan here is to flip Frankian, which we are going to, in 4 years, get access to assimilate area. And I think with assimilate area, specifically converting a bunch of English pops... maybe we go Picard first, but converting a bunch of English pops to French, we can do this pretty effectively. It's a assimilate area, so either home counties or East Anglia, probably home counties, or both. Just assimilate as much as possible, push English quantity under Frankian, annex the Frankian subjects we have to get to around 1 million Frankian. Oh, that's so many English we need to get rid of. Every English we convert effectively counts for 2, though. So if there's a difference of 1.7 million, we have to convert 800,000. Actually, that's kind of a bit of a yikes. There are other means of doing it. We could go Admiral Regime. We could stay monarchy, go Admiral Regime. And then just put a Frenchman in charge. I think I like that idea. We put a Frenchman in charge via Admiral Regime instead of converting all this ish. But this specific province is part of the Flanders thing, so we actually need to assimilate one specific location. Songs of 6? Yeah. So that's what we have going on next session. If there is another session, I mean, it'd kind of just be forming France as England, which is kind of a meme. The thing is, at the very end of the run, it'll look like just France won the 100 Years' War, but somehow has these humongous subjects and just like all of it. Yeah, I don't know. It'll look weird. You can flip with a rebellion if you want to do it fast. Yeah, but we need specifically a Francian rebellion, right? Unfortunately, we already put them as tolerated. We can flip Andalusi. Let the rebellion take the island, but not the French land. Flip and go win the rebellion. Let the rebellion take the island, but not the French land. Oh, I see what you're saying. Use a rebellion to get rid of all the English pops. Use the rebellion to get rid of all the English pops. Wait, it doesn't say that there was a major update for Songs of 6. They just add an entire race in, but don't consider it a major update? What is this? So let's do Despot. Did we just get debated by chat? We got debated by chat. There's no new race. The text is different. The text is different. Read the text. Children of Krator. I don't know what the text was before, though. Talapis, Aeon's Pass. I don't know what I'm looking for each of the races. I feel debated. But that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, I associate you with posting cat memes, so my brain, like, immediately thought there was a cat race. Which, I don't think you did anything specifically to imply that. But, you meant the pros and cons? Pros and cons? Okay. Good farmers, law-abiding citizen, enjoys food and drinks, once wooden. Terrible at crafting, second-rate soldiers, hates the other guys. Terrible archers, terrible at learning, hates Garthimi, poor mushroom farmers except for mushrooms. Great at crafting, once caves and grand buildings. Innate combat, pleased with stone, ranch balter collars. Thing is, I don't know what it was before. Prone to criminal activity, unremarkable soldiers, great at research, excellent at learning, decent at farming, once stone and grand buildings, gets along with other species. Excellent fishing, can do stuff, once mud or grand buildings. That's interesting. Either mud or grand. Hates all races by Talapi, same. Slower beating, wants to cannibalize, which most others hate, hates all other species. Excellent archers. Good with fruit, wants to go outdoors. What a bait? Yeah, I feel debated a little bit. I mean, you didn't promise anything. Or actually, what did you say? Maybe we decide how. You may want to quickly look at the race selection screen. How do we feel, chat? Do we feel that this is bait? Did we get baited or not? Garthemi is different? Only one of them is different? Banned? One of them changed the pros cons. It's time to check. It's time to check the thing. They're all different? Okay, okay. They're all different. Still. We need to ban... there's no point in timing someone out if we're just... what game is this? If we're ending the stream anyways. Also, he said we might want to check it. I don't know, that... It's not explicit bait, but that seems a little bait. Straight to jail. They changed humans as well. Straight to jail. We could show here, let's show something really quick and then be out of here before new people come into the stream and be like, this isn't EU5. Ban for love of the game? That's actually, I think I could get behind that. See, but like, I don't know. I just like, I can't ban someone who posts cat memes. I just can't do it. This is what we were cooking before we decided that we actually care about our YouTube channel. And we just can't keep playing Songs of Six. But this is the hexagonal makeup that I was thinking actually looks really good from the perspective. So the problem is it's a little big. That's the issue. But what we get is 7 wide, specifically, on this, which is the max width. Oh, this is 8 wide. Do we own ourselves? See, these... This seemed like a pretty efficient layout that we could do here. And so we could fit 4 of these per thing, right? Here, let's cancel the orders, not like this. Okay. And with this, we would be able to put all of our services in the middle. We have 3 thick roads. Carthemi Beehive base, Pog. You're stealing this? I think that this is good. I don't know how we do the services. Here we had made a janitor and warehouse. So all the services that use the warehouse, we were planning on putting closest to the warehouse as we could. But like, as a layout, this seems really good because we could have like a warehouse in 1/4 segment, right? And then the warehouse is so close to so many different industries because it's like curved, right? So I think it minimizes distance. And then specifically with this, the farthest distances for us are like straight across through the thickness and straight up and down. And what we get is we get a little bit of, or sorry, the left to right is the like least efficient from our normal layout. Because if you're going north-south, you can just zigzag, right? But left to right, like, if you have to try and do this, that's a bit of a problem. But by having through streets specifically built into what you're doing, you can see here we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of through street. This makes it so that it offsets it. So in theory, if we build something to the left, we would try and have through streets on the same level, I think. Or are we supposed to stagger them up? I can't remember. Seems like something out of someone's vision of Starship Troopers. I was so excited about this. I wanted to stream it so bad, but like, I just like, 5 people will show up. Might share the octagonal idea. I'm a lurker there with principle. Much to consider. Yeah, no, that's fair. Just 5 minutes of the game made me want to go to bed. Womp womp. Jesus. Bang bang. Shots fired. Alright. Are you harvesting the natural plant growth? I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what the farm setup looks like for this, though. I'd have to come up with the farm and the irrigation. But we're not going to do that today, because then the EU5 people will tear me apart. So with that, I will bid everyone adieu. Hope you guys enjoyed. YouTube algorithm stuff. Much etc. We'll say goodbye to the YouTubers. Now that the YouTubers are gone, the Twitch viewers, we're going to play some Songs of Six. Just kidding, we're not. But, you know.